Me no kwe la funalo. Oh me no. Oh me ko. Asi. Oh me la funula. Oh me la funula. Oh me no. Oh me to. Asi. On va pas les voix dans les voix. On va pas les voix dans les voix. Pépé les voix dans les voix. On va pas les voix dans les voix. On va pas les voix dans les voix. Bebelevo, adalevo, aguafianya. Mekade o malelo, adala mekade o malelo silo yo. Mekade o malelo, mekade o malelo silo. Mekade o malelo, adala mekade o malelo silo yo. Mekade o malelo, mekade o malelo. Mekade o malelo, adala mekade o malelo silo. Begadeo malelo, begadeo malelo, begadeo malelo, yeah. Begadeo malelo, ako begadeo malelo, begadeo batakali no de wa kusia. Obe ajo, batakali. Obe ajo, batakali no de wa kusia. 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 Obe ajo. Obe ajo, batakali no de wa kusia. Obe ajo, batakali no de wa kusia. Kokoli koko, o tofo o fu, ya o nye gbome fu, amemele wa ho, aya ta jina twe. Kare to mi jadu abagora, abado gbotoro. Kare to mi jadu abagora, abado lime. Kare to mi jadu abagora, abado gbotope. Kare to mi jadu abagora, abado lime. Kare to mi jadu abagora. Koko likoko, o tofo wo fu, ya o nye gbome fu, amemele wa ho, aya na twe. Kare to mi jadu abagora, abado lime. Kare to mi jadu abagora, abado gbotope. Kare to mi jadu abagora, abado lime. Kare to mi jadu abagora. Me no kwe la funudalo. Ome no, ome to, aswi. Me ome la fununa. Ome la fununa. Ome no, ome to, aswi. Oba pepele vo adale vo. Oba pepele vo adale vo. Pepele vo adale vo aro abiaya. Oba pepele vo adale vo. Oba pepele vo adale vo. Bebelevo, adalevo, aguafenya. Mekade o malelo, adela mekade o male kasilo yo. Mekade o malelo, mekade o male kasilo. Mekade o malelo, adela mekade o male kasilo yo. Mekade o malelo, mekade o malelo. Mekade o malelo, adela mekade o male kasilo. Begade o malelo, begade o malelo, begade o malelo, ya, agora begade o malelo, klasilo, agora we see for you, malelo, begade o malelo,
Amela Ava mama le gali jrolo. Ava mama le gali jrolo. Awi now.
Me no kwe la funudalo. Ome no, ome to, asi. Me la fununa. Ome la fununa. Ome no, ome to, asi. Pẹ̀lẹ́bù àdálẹ̀bù pẹ̀lẹ́bù àdálẹ̀bù
Okay, good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, wherever you are at this moment. This is Revolution Voodoo Education live streaming on Facebook, Zoom, Clubhouse, and on YouTube. Thank you very much, and I'm Christopher from Voncujovi, or Bokor, Christopher from Voncujovi. I'm going to be your host. Thank you all, and welcome to the live show. Thank you. Today, my voice is going to be a little bit low because yesterday we worked very late, very late into the night, and also my children did some magic show, and I had to be there to watch them do the magic show. So I'm quite tired, but the time has come, so I'm here. So if my voice is very low, please don't get offended, please. So we're going to start now after I pour libation. This light, what is doing? You have to bring it more closer. If we want to use it, then it has to be closer. Shouldn't be far away. Oh, ago, Mandago Ziesto. Mayo Mauga Sobolisa, Mauga Kitikata. Mauga ese joto ame joto. Ese nanu ame, ese tenanu ame. Omana pevi, dokuna pevi. Omana pevi mebianu, dokuna pevi ugbena. Dokuna pevi mebianu, omana pevi ugbeo. Ese boliko, se datafia, se joto. To amejoto segla amegla se Georgie amejoji o madwago me yoshe me hamfura sho biti dwago ya semi fura sho madwago me ya Abraxas me yozi adrek dwago yo ta adrek to be vime kuwa o wo verso ton ka me yo dwago e me yo me no so je ajiri zo ka chikazu bo she adrek me ya la fa ba nya gbe mi la pi akuru nya gbe joro holo ni me yo ra kekekekelo wenya ingba manjo flofo kwa ingba mando adika wenya bibe matekulu etega o me yo akain becho akain mole yo akain jevo akain bisu akain trovo akain menyo akain difio akain menyo tabaka gabakai beli pa bime gba haja do la ko preba medo difio to ba so meto doju me yo minuda o me yo mi khogba be wa o kapu o pe mi o zango me yo vira ke mi khogba selo agbeda me yo ra ka wo jo pata jo maku afokama vole moje chibe vole fudo me beri ko ko kwa to fa mo jo mo nyu hebe do nyu to ya mo jo to anu kwa de ko be nyi o le pe me beto ba jo tu zo ko be mo no te pe ka jo pata be yele afi jo go ba jo nyi jo pata be fia jo pata metro me gbeda mo afi fa gbe rile dina jo pata ne nai afi nya ajo lo jo pata ya te me yo me se me bo ji to gbe de nta pa pelu ti zubolu ajiba ogbojubulo do ja lo be nko Valenti va famelo va lo jo na pefu ago sapate meyo atigeri meyo guru vodu meyo raken alafia inya tape meyo amaga segeja papa sese to bageje meyo brahini meyo bobochi meyo mbe foli ko mo raken gomli godo kulcho kuma ko nga to bonyo ma ha kuto mene fana ni bobo me na bobo ne fana oyo tonyo kospe kwa kubiya yo no nya koso akokufoni ko gbeje tasi nya mo si fusi jam koso abrakobra mama nyi bodwe mba to bonya kokofi to bonya kubiya mensa mama nyi dori e poi mbe pepu no me yo mi opete kuto mene fana ni bobo me na gbegbo ne fana yo fonye Celestine ya wakubiya Katrina kubiya fonya sese bodwe fonya ya obe na kubiya kuto mene fana ni bobo me na gbegbo ne fana ni plate yo mi no e me yo mi aso ba chicho ya kubiya si me pene ka tepementa kuto mene fana ni me ya wono tuji boko tuji togwe tuji me yo kini hasa ponchi dabe barazu barago me yo ra ke paprazo ahana o ke kuto mene fana me yo boko adafu so wa ngaburi boko afacha wa joke me yo hono le ba po hono le gbe abega togwe maze kuto mene fana ni bubu le na bubu ne fana me yo togbe anani tretu le jita togbe Abraham jivenu le chame kuto mene fana milo na bubu ne fana me yo togbe fiato Simon Kami le abenyi na si agotime kuto mene fana bubu na bubu ne fana sia o me yo tre vivi Ibrahim bi beji buku bi avi o gbe ti tasike gbe nu la holo me yo dai gabo dai lo dai kitiko bi damani le sebe danya mesa do na kele me yo mana me yo jotole me ti je chiko chi boy me yo achito me yo tapo me yo chi gwa me to gbe gbagba ahana mi apete kekeke mi na da pe gan na me gbedo na made me mi lo godo me yo po ji me ba tu anu nu ngwa nu na sakumo no preto teshinu to gbe bombu preto to pete la ha na kwera gbe vida gba si ba gbe na me yo abuchi sakraka me tu aba be adogo kotokoli ron ko kuma kwa gbe ndo to no le chu franta mani fun kwa sinkra ko fito ja papu o cho to ko fito hen ko fito ya tra me yo kable me yo mi abete me yo to be ho ba to me ba vudu to ra ho mo esa pasa di ku nu foto ko shi nu foto o kere ku me yo mi akaka ya ko de ma pesa ko chi no ko chi aje mu no ko chi ngoni vo ko chi trongo ko chi jivi ta me de be here ke de be he pesa di ye pesa aguta be pesa ni eta di pesa no Yo me yo afana go no afa go majiso because pe to so le men that back ni yo pali gbe meji eku meji woli meji di meji lo so meji moli meji abla meji akla meji guda meji sa meji ka meji tru pe meji tula meji ete meji che meji fu meji pali che tula me yo clever vi me po to ba go bo ma to ba de nya de mo po lo clever vi me nyo that be afo ne di lo yo mi afike ko go chi che ko to yo mi ke to be glindu ya beti ba ho ya wele doji. Okay, now we are starting, and I'm wishing you all, whether you are a Christian or you are not a Christian, I'm wishing you a happy Easter, which is one of the celebrations that we celebrate here in Ghana, in Africa as a whole, and I believe it is in the whole world. Today is Easter Day, so I am wishing all of our viewers, wherever they may be, and I'm wishing them a happy Easter. So also I'm wishing our Muslim brothers Ramadan that they are doing, that they should pray for peace for the world and for all of us. I wish them well, and I encourage them to continue with their fasting. Thank you very much, everybody. So I'm going to go straight to Facebook, and on the first, we have our big sister Ifa Dara saying grand blessing Papa and family. Thank you very much, big sister Ifa Dara. Wishing you very well, and wishing you the best of the ancestors to give you good health and bring more business to you. Thank you very much. Yeah. So we have a Kukubo, God knows. Welcome, the great. I am only waiting to hear your incantation without any break. How do you do that? Thank you very much, because I memorized it. It's been something that become part of me, and I cannot know how I do it, but it is part of me. So anytime it's like a recitation. It's been done for many years, over 20 years. So it's something that I cannot forget. So it just comes like that. Thank you, Maunia. Thank you. And then we have Vivian Baka, our sister in the US, saying greetings, Papa. Greetings to you, Vivian. Thank you very much. We are meeting another week again, and very soon everything will be fine. Your things are ready, and they are only ready to be shipped. So, God willing, Tuesday when this thing opens, I will try to ship them to you all. Thank you very much. Then we have Lillian Gladstone saying Grand Rising family. Thank you very much, Lillian. Thank you very much for joining. Then we have Doris Amwa in Saudi Arabia saying hello, Toby. Thank you very much, Doris. How are you? And we have Renal Idubo. My humble greetings to you, Papa, our great teacher. Thank you very much, Renal. I'm very grateful that you all joined this team. We have Hilarious Oba Sabinus in, I think it's in Ireland now, or is it? Yeah, I think so, somewhere in the UK. Thank you very much for joining the conversation. And then we have Richard Beckley, who has what is it, emoji?
Yes, emoji.
Of a mouse and mother mouse and children. Yes, very good. Thank you very much, Renard Beckley. And then we have he is saying happy Easter, you all. To you, warmly welcome. Thank you very much, Richard. Richard, yeah, thank you very much. Then we have Shani Cadwell saying greetings, Baba. Thank you very much, Shani. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm wishing you all happy Easter, as I said earlier. Thank you very much. And we have our sister Kadi Fisher saying greetings, Papa, and the AMT family. Hello, Kadi. Thank you very much, and welcome back to join the AMT conversation. You are very much welcome, and my greetings to all of you, and happy Easter to all of you. And for our friends and fans and family on Clubhouse, I'm also saying happy Easter to you. Good afternoon from African Magic Temple in Accra. welcome and once again for a conversation that we can all share and learn from. Thank you very much. On YouTube, we see Tobe Jimezanse, so saying greetings, Papa and the AMT family. I hope you are doing well today. Yes, we are. We are all fine, actually. We had enjoyed ourselves last night, but we are fine. And then we have Mike Perea saying Happy Easter, Papa, and the family. Last week, I asked you about the brain, mind, and spirit. It was not totally clear for me. Can you talk about the connection between mind and spirit? Okay. Thank you very much, Mike Perry. I think last week, we'll start with you. I think last week you asked about the brain, the mind, and spirit. See, the mind, as I was saying, the brain is a physical thing. Mind is not a physical thing, and spirit also is not a physical thing. So, in the belief of Aves and maybe everybody else, that the mind and the spirit are almost the same. The mind and the spirit, or your soul, are almost the same, because the mind dwells in the physical brain, as where it has to stay and function, but the mind is Saida, will you call it? It's not a physical thing. What English name do they have for that kind of? Okay, maybe I'll ask somebody who is very educated more than us. Then we will know. Yeah, it's something that is not physical, but it exists. Yeah, that's why when you are sleeping, your mind and your spirit are active. So the mind and the spirit are almost interconnected somehow. That's how I can put it. The mind and the spirits are interconnected. Thank you very much. Okay, I think that's what we have. We are done with Facebook too. We have this. So people on Clubhouse, please, if you have anything to say, please send it to me. We have Kisao.
Hello, Papa.
Good afternoon, Senna. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
But you are
a good time to ask a question? Or?
Yes, there's okay. Let me read one. Be online. Let me read a greeting from Facebook from Kisao Aziza Power. I don't know who he. I think it's new here. The first time I'm seeing that name. Say Papa. Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Kisao Aziza Power. You're welcome to the program. Okay, Senna, go ahead with your question so that we can all share in it.
Yes, but thank you and good afternoon and hello to everybody who is there. I think you were talking about like the mind and how it's not being physical, and it made me think about consciousness.
Yes.
And basically having that sharp imagination. And I wanted to ask you to perhaps talk about the role of imagination, or the role of the mind, or the role of consciousness in Voodoo practice, and how that affects what you do and the effectiveness of that.
Okay, I'll start your question by answering the question this way, that the greatest weapon that a human being has is the human mind. The human mind can be here and can be anywhere at the same time without physically moving from one place to the other. So the mind is us. I would say the mind is ourselves. Only the physical body is what we are calling that ourselves, but the mind is this, because take for instance, if there's something inside your mouth, right? And it's like something that pinch your mouth or maybe at your back, even though your eyes, which is your physical eyes, cannot go to your back, but your hand can be directed by your mind to know the exact spot where that itchiness or pain is without you physically using your physical eyes to see. The mind is the greatest weapon because everything that has been created in this universe or in this physical world that we are in was created by using the human mind. Even for people to be able to measure the distance between the earth and the moon or anywhere else, it's the human mind. It is the human mind who created a computer. It is the human mind who has created almost everything that we use or come to see. So the mind is so powerful, and you can use imagination. The mind uses imagination to conjure reality. So in the practice of voodoo, if I am praying in Ghana here or following a ritual, it is my mind that I am using to direct whatever effect I want to happen anywhere or to any distance wherever in the world. It is my mind that carries that information, so that that information that my imagination carries, that this thing should happen somewhere else, and within certain time frame, that thing will happen. But of course, with the use of the herbs and everything, even with the herbs and everything, if the mind does not work the herbs, God doesn't exist. It is the human mind who has created God. If the mind doesn't work, God does not exist. Because it is the human mind who told people what God is, what power is, what spirit is. That's why in voodoo, for the spirits to speak to you, if you have a very strong mind, spirit can easily communicate with you. Nature can communicate with you. Herbs can communicate with you, because they'll be talking to the mind, because the mind is not physical. It flows, it's everywhere. It can be anywhere at any time. Just like here I am here in Ghana, sitting at the African Magic Temple Gallery. But I can look at Tokyo and look at Tokyo Bridge and see Tokyo Bay or all these things. But I'm here. So the mind has no limit on it. So in voodoo practice, the people with the strongest minds are the best voodoo practitioners. So if you are having a very strong mind and a very good imaginative consciousness, you should be able to achieve whatever you are. So in voodoo, the mind plays a very big role. And I don't think it's only in voodoo, but it is in every spirituality where you have to imagine things, and then this imagination will come to reality. And I believe very strongly people who are creating things, even the computer, the people who are writing these softwares and data, they have to really imagine what they want that software to do. And then they put physical things together, and then virtual things together. They create it, and it is working. People who are making cars, who are making planes, people are making guns, people are making everything. First, before they can bring it onto the physical plane, they have to imagine it. And when they imagine it, it is the human mind that is giving you the imagination. And sometimes, if your imagination is very strong, or when your mind is very strong, other spiritual entities or divinities and whatever it is can now come and give you ideas which you can now create on the physical plane, and then it takes physical effect and then you have created or you have invented something. This is all that it is. So the mind, the consciousness with imagination is very, very, very active in voodoo. And in voodoo practice, I think it is the human mind. That's why otherwise someone cannot just put a snail shell, empty snail shell, put some leaves in it, and put some incantations on top of it, and imagine that someone somewhere will fall into trouble. And truly, before you know, that person will fall into trouble. So the human mind is everything. And in voodoo, it is the mind that, I won't say voodoo, but in every real spirituality is the human mind. That is why when people who are teaching you begin to tell you to forget and your mind, to leave your mind behind, and you should not think logically and reasonably, you should just have faith without thinking about it. It's very dangerous. Because what is the use of God creating or nature giving you your mind, which is your inner self in reality? If people are telling you that, just forget about all that and just believe that it's going to happen. How can you believe that it's going to happen when you cannot really create use that imaginative thing to make it happen? So when any spirituality that teaches you only to believe and not to question anything and just believe, to me personally, is not 100% correct. So the mind is very much used in voodoo because we don't see spirits. We don't see spirits with our eyes. So how are we communicating with them, and then they telling us what to do, and when we do, then we see result? It is the mind that captures that. So the mind is the most powerful tool, and very strong minds can have very vivid imaginations. And in voodoo, the more powerful your mind and your imagination is, the more successful you are in exploring the spiritual realm.
Thank you very much, Papa, for that.
I don't know whether it really makes sense, but that's what
Papa, it's making sense. It's making sense, Papa. Thank you for that. Please, I wanted to ask a follow-up of that question.
Yeah.
Since a lot of our viewers are parents, and you have had a very extensive experience raising children and raising young people, what is your advice for young people on how other parents or their mentors or they themselves can nurture a strong mind to be able to have that sort of vivid imagination that can benefit their life even beyond spiritual practice?
Okay. I think people who are parents they are guardians and mentors should always encourage their children to have their own mind don't control your children too much. You should let them have their own imagination, and then give them opportunity to be themselves so that they can develop that kind of confidence, because with self-confidence comes a strong mind, with self-confidence comes a very strong mind, and with a strong mind comes a very good spiritual discipline and generally a good life, if your mind is very strong. But how do you develop that strong mind? Is first you should allow the child to be themselves, or the children to be themselves, and also let them explore their own imagination. Let them be imaginative. Give them space. Give space to your children to be themselves. And that, when you give them that space to be themselves, they will develop confidence, and the fear of a child afraid of the father or mother, because always the father or mother or the parents are either always stopping the child from being what they can be, and scolding them and trying to lash them or shout on them brings fear in the child, and that fear creates timidity. When a person is timid, you cannot make anything in life. So let your children explore things and then give them encouragement. When you build that confidence in them and they can trust you, they will develop their confidence. And when they develop their confidence, they can face life easily. So build trust in your children. Build trust in your children. Let your children trust you. Don't deceive your own children. Don't deceive anybody actually, but more so, don't deceive your own children. Let your children trust you. So no matter what will happen in their life or wherever they may be, if they trust you, they will develop that self-confidence, and then that self-confidence will give them the push to be able to be independent, even away from you, and be able to live a life beyond anything, whether spiritual or whatsoever. But the first is to let your children trust you, create trust in them, and let them build confidence so that they can be able to succeed in life. I think for now, that's what is in my mind. That's what I think I will say. And maybe later, if during the conversation I get some more ideas about that, I will continue.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you too. Okay, we have
Greetings, Father.
Greetings, Baba Wakiri. I was supposed to talk with you, but I called you the other time, but I don't know whether you saw the missed call or not.
I did not see it, Papa, but at the same time, I thank you for this day, and I know we will talk when the time is absolutely right.
Sure.
I've been listening in action for 2 weeks, so I've been doing different shows, so I'm thankful to be here today.
Oh, thank you very much for being here today. You are very much welcome. And I hope what was making you busy brought in more money and also, of course, progress and development to you.
I say it absolutely has, as today will also.
Great.
My first question
Yes.
or topic that I would like to ask is, yes, we've always grown up in any traditional way of life, spirituality, being taught to pray, being taught to lift our voices up, or like the topic that we're speaking on this morning, use and pray in our minds. Also, in our spiritual forms, we are taught incantations, words of power.
Right.
I just want to ask, what is some of the true natures, or what do we really need to be concentrating on within ourselves and within our breaths and in our minds when we are praying and when we are doing the incantations, for our vibrations and for our words and the incantations to have more force or more response in the universe, or to the great energies, whoever those we call God on any level, if that makes sense.
Yes, it makes sense. Because when we are praying, we are actually calling what we were told to be God. That's very, very important. The image that you have of what you call God, or what you were told to be God, is very, very, very important. So when you have that image, the image must be so real and so close to you that when you pray to that image, you must get response. You must get answer. But then if you are praying that to that image that you have been given or had been created for you, either from your childhood and all these things, and you are praying to it, you are not getting any answer or response, then that image is not for you, or it does not work with you. So when we pray, when we are doing incantations, some of these incantations that we do were laid down by our ancestors who had some kind of relationship with some energy, some spirit, some divinity, and they were taught what to say, that their words will vibrate or will vibrate in the spiritual realm in such a way that whatever they pray for, their answers may be given. And so these incantations, these prayers, and all these things were actually given by some spiritual entities that had encounters with our ancestors. And even today, the spirit still can have an encounter with you. Spirits from where you know, where even you don't know them, can have an encounter with you and teach you certain things, and then they will teach you how to put the incantation so that you'll be able to receive or be able. It's like a telephone call. You are making a telephone call to a particular direction or to a particular telephone number somewhere. And if the number is correct, when you ring, the person at the other end should be able to pick your call or answer you. That's all that prayer is. So prayer is like a telephone into the spiritual realm. But if you don't have any proper telephone number and you are just dialing any number, you may get to somewhere that actually is not where you wanted to go. So when we pray, we are actually sending our call to a particular direction in the spiritual realm. That's why a lot of Africans who were made to become Christian actually didn't really benefit from Christianity in its real form, because people were just believing, and where they were calling, they have no connection to where they were calling, and it didn't really vibrate, it didn't really make any sense to us. But then you were told not to use your mind, don't use anything, just have faith that it's going to be one day you go to God and God will give you a place to rest. So that really doesn't make, but when you have a prayer or incantation that is directed to a particular entity, whether you call it God, you call it spirit, or you call it voodoo, or you call it whatever you like, but it's a correct channel into the spiritual realm, you will be able to have an answer sent back to you. And then you will have that assurance and also have that guarantee that when you do the proper incantation or the proper prayer, let's call it prayer, answers will come. So whoever and whatever we call God or whatever people call him, I think it doesn't really matter, but having this correct connection to where you want your incantations, your prayers, your rituals to get to, and having a connection with that is the most important thing. And that is what brings the difference. That's why somebody will pray and get answer, and another person will pray the same prayer but doesn't get any answer. You need to have that connection in the spiritual world. I'm not saying that it has to come through initiation necessarily, but what you are calling, you must have some relationship with that thing, and then it makes it easier for you. Either the relationship is through the incantation and knowing the real name, because I think part of the Bible said, if you know my name and you call me, I will answer you. So it is in not only in the Bible, but in all spiritual practices across the universe, across the world. If you know the name of a particular energy or spirit or voodoo or saint, that you can get their incantations correct, when you call and connect with them, the answer comes. But when you don't have the correct connection, the telephone number is wrong, you call and they'll say this number doesn't exist. So that is what the spiritual the prayers are. So our imagination our minds, our inner self, our souls are also connected. That when you are able to train your mind to be able to imagine, have a very vivid imagination towards an entity or a spirit or a divinity or principality, angel or sage or whatever you call them, and you are able to get the correct incantation, you get the correct telephone number, when you die, the answer will come. So thank you very much, Baba Wakiri, for that question.
Thank you for that answer. It really does, make sense that the full totality that we are not praying just for the sake of praying.
No.
We're praying for the signal of connection.
Right.
Which leads me to my next question.
Go ahead.
Why I'm able to be here.
Mm-hmm.
Is this why the imagery in African spirituality is so important? Because I heard you say that we really don't see with our eyes, but we see with our minds. So here on this physical plane, the 3D dimension, we as Africans have created or produced all type of physical objects that we can see. And so when we stand in front of Eshu or a Legba or any voodoo or any spirit, and it's a physical object, is that a key source and a visual source for us to have a direct connection as well? Is that the importance, or you can speak on the importance of those physical things? Because we have been taught, or let's say been degraded or claimed inferior because we do have physical objects that we give high praises to and respect as well in today's society and back in antiquity as well.
Okay, the human mind is such that it relates to physical object. It easily can recognize and be able to work with something that it can see than what is unseen. We should get this very clear. The human mind is such that when it sees something physical, it can easily relate to it than when it is just an imaginative thing. And when a physical object is placed there, labor as it is placed in physical, a shoe as you some may call labor. The labor itself at your gate or at your back of your door or whatever is just an image to connect you to that divinity or that spirit entity. But now you are seeing something, so when you are approaching it, you are approaching that with a reverence of respect, and that connection comes. You know that there is something like this, and when you pray to it, it connects to you. I believe and I think that in every spirituality whatsoever, there are images that have been created. In Christianity, people, when they see the cross, they can feel directly that they are connected to Christian values. Or the Christian cross represents Jesus in another way. Whether it was made out of a wood in the forest, or made out of a candle, or made out of plastic or metal. Moment anybody who is not even Christian, when you see that image, you connect with the Christ or the Jesus of Nazareth. Our people in Islam, because Islam says that they don't want to see the image of Muhammad, but in Islam, moment they see the crescent moon and the star, it connects them to Islam. So, and they allowed to see that one, they can draw that one, they can even physically cut it out and paste it somewhere so that it is connected to them, that to show that that is Islam. When you go to Catholicism, they have all the images of saints and whatever you can see, and they are all there. So people are connected to them. Going to Hinduism, Krishna, Shiva, Parvati, or Hanuman, and all those things, those images are there. So I wonder why the African one is so demonized, in the sense that it's also an image just like any other image, but ours had been demonized, not because it is it has been demonized not just because it is an image, but just that they didn't want the African to be elevated, to say the African also has a way of approaching the divine. So that's why people think that they laugh at it, because if you are laughing at our voodoo and you are also having a wooden cross in your, the wood was cut in the forest and shaped by a carpenter, then it was placed in your church or in your place of worship, and it becomes divine for you. So how can yours become divine and ours is not divine? After all, we are all using physical nature to connect to what we see as a channel to the divinity that we connect ourselves to. So in every spiritual practice whatsoever, even if people deny it, the imagery is very, very important. That's why when children are given the wrong image, when they grow up, they are confused. Like those of us who were brought up from Christianity believing that there's a white, blue-eyed person who is God or is the only child of God, and we follow all that. But then you look at yourself, you don't look like him. None of our physical looks look the same, a little bit different from what we are. But then they told you that is the God you have, and it brings the inferiority to you. You feel that. That's why our African women and all this thing, everybody want to straight their hair so that everybody look like a European. Put wigs that will make you look like a European or someone who has longer. We don't accept ourselves because from childhood we were told that we were not good enough. And that has affected a lot of Africans. That's why Africans are not rich. This is the only thing that's why Africans cannot be rich, because we don't have that self-confidence in ourselves that we can make it and be the top. Only one Africans you will see being this, but even if you trace these Africans who had made it, they either were from childhood very, very stubborn and very straightforward with their own life. They did not accept whatever was coming to them, and they believe very strongly in themselves, then they are able to make it. Or the Africans that may make it will become a tool of the white man to use against other Africans. So they will try to make them rich so that the other Africans will think that by associating with that person, they too they will get rich. Like what's happening in our churches today. So imagery is very, very important, and the mind uses image to connect to divinity, whatever form. It is very, very important, and the mind will use the image, then the imagination to create. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think one of the differences is with the African or the indigenous spirituality of the world that people practice in consideration to the Western spirituality, that we don't just have images or objects. We actually infuse nature with our physical things and our creative abilities, using our imagination and scriptures from different energies to create things. And this is why it's such an attack on indigenous spirituality, because it's like taking an image and making it into a 3D Pixar movie. So I think this is demonized because it actually shows that not only are we worshiping our higher divine, but we are part of that.
We are very much part of that creation, because the black man can create. Black man can easily create, and that creation can work. And I'm not talking of creating cars or anything, but we can bring energies, spirit beings, into an image, infuse it, like as you said, with that divine force, and let this image begin to act as if we were the creators. That's very true.
Thank you, Papa. That is all for me for this time, and thank everyone for allowing me the time.
You are very much welcome, Baba Wakiri. Very good, and all the questions you asked and the way it came, we're all learning. It's a very, very good thing, because someone may not be thinking of such a question, but then when you brought it up, we all talk about it, and we all understood or learned something new. Thank you very much. We have our brother Alasan Haruna saying, greetings family. Hello Haruna, how are you? Thank you very much for joining this section. And how is family? We are all here, we are great here. Thank you very much. And then we have Kisao Aziza Power saying, Papa, I want to be a spiritual person to be able to help people. Please, where do I start from, Papa, please? Kisao Aziza Power, I think you will start from yourself. That's the first thing I would say. If you want to be a spiritualist and be able to help people, the first thing is to start from yourself. One, to be a good spiritualist, you must be honest. You must be very straightforward with yourself. You must be straightforward with people you deal with. Don't hide anything. If you don't like something, just let people know that you don't like this and stay away from it. Don't be a hypocrite, because if you are a hypocrite, you cannot be a good so you start with yourself, start observing yourself, start watching yourself, start asking questions to yourself. And when you are observing yourself, you will begin to notice whether you are going in a straight way or you are going in the negative way. So when you start to look at yourself and see yourself being in a straight way, definitely your inner self, your essence, your destiny is going to direct you to a teacher somewhere that you learn from. Whether the teacher is physically or it's in the spiritual realm, your destiny will definitely direct you to a place where you will learn. So the first thing is to start with yourself. Start observing yourself, and slowly you will get to know yourself. And then when you get to know yourself, other doors will open for you. That's what I can say. You see, it's not always that you just go to someone and go and say, I want to practice spirituality. Some people are being initiated and are practicing spirituality, but still they don't know themselves. They had other people going, so they also wanted to join, or they see that other people are being initiated, so I also want to be initiated. And still they don't know themselves. Even after the initiation, they don't know themselves. And if you don't know yourself, it is very difficult for you to navigate this spiritual world. So the first thing is to know yourself, study yourself, observe yourself, and know what you are, who you are, what you like, what you don't like, what you should do to avoid what you don't like, and what you should do to promote what you like. So it is first and foremost is to begin to observe yourself. Self-observation is very, very, very important in spiritual growth. So if you begin to watch yourself and accept yourself, If you know that you have some shortcomings in life, don't shy away from it. Accept it. That is your shortcoming. But if you want to change it, then it is you and you alone who can change it. So you must accept yourself by observing yourself or self-observation, and then you accept yourself. And slowly, the other things will start shifting the way, and the things that you want in life will start moving towards you. The law of opulence to attract what you want, but first you must observe yourself. Okay, so Kisao Aziza Power, that's my answer to you. We have Lillian Gladstone. Say, Papa, good day. How do you do? Lillian, how do you do? I'm good. I'm here. And how are you too? Thank you very much for that. For asking. And Lillian Gladstone is saying, Papa, I saw myself in a dream, standing in the river knee deep, where I saw a giant pale brown snake swimming towards me. I was a little frightened, but didn't run, only for this giant snake to kiss and lick my feet and return to where it came from. What could this mean, please, Papa? I am not very sure, Lillian. I'm not very sure what it could mean, but it also will depend whether you had been watching movies that had snake in it before going to bed, or were you reading books that have some story of snakes or whatever. All these things will depend on what your mind or your subconscious mind will bring to you in your dreams. So if you were not doing any of these things before a dream like this came to you, then you must wait a little bit more to see if this dream repeats itself again. If it repeats itself again, then it is more like something is trying to reveal itself to you. So that is where you will know whether it's a real dream or it's just a dream. Whether it's a dream with some divine information, or it's just a dream that okay. So pray towards this and pour libation towards this, that you want to understand what this particular dream or the snake in the dream is. I know some of our fans had some dreams with snakes, and it turned out that when they did the reading, it turned out that it was something that is connected to their family. I think most of you know what is called voodoo da, or the snake god that is in voodoo and in other spiritual practices outside of voodoo. There is a snake god and goddess or whatever. So I cannot tell whether what you have seen in your dream is connected to any of this. But then if you have been practicing anything connected to a snake, connected to the thunder spirit, these dreams also can come, because the thunder spirit, or Chebieso, or so as it is the real name of it in Ewe language, is also regarded as a snake, because when the lightning strikes, you see how the lightning moves like a snake in the sky. So this Chebieso is also connected to the voodoo, or voodoo da, as in the snake god or goddess. So if you are connected to anything of that, then you may be saying that it is something coming from that line. But then if it is not just a dream, then pray so that this dream will come again, so that you'll be able to, if it is a real dream, it should come back to you again. If it's a real revelation, it should come back to you again. So I am not very sure, but let's wait and pray towards it, and let's see whether you will see the dream again. And if this is the second time, or it's a continuous dream that you have been dreaming, then it's a revelation of some kind. You may need to do some divination to find out what exactly the spirit world is trying to tell you. Thank you very much, Lillian. Thank you for the question. And we have our big sister Oluchi Osmoke here, saying peace and love, Papa, and my regards to the family. Thank you very much, big sister Oluchi. We are very grateful that you joined us. And very good afternoon to you. And then we have Marilyn Indua. Greetings. Can you please share a simple daily practice or ritual we can do every day to help us connect to the spirit? Okay, Marilyn, I think in our Ave tradition of Vodou, we pour libation. And to pour libation, you fetch a liquid in a cup like this. Then if you know any spirit or you are connected to any spiritual thing that is a family inherited, or even if you don't have any spirit at all, at least you have your ancestors. Because for your ancestors, you don't need to be initiated into them. You are already part of their lineage because you are sharing the same DNA with them. You can take your cup, your glass, whatever you can fetch water, a container you can fetch water or drink or whatever into, and call your ancestors, those that have died and passed, and give them drink, each one by his name, calling them that they should come and have a drink and make life easy for you. If you continue doing this thing for a while, the spirit world will start connecting with you, and then maybe an opportunity will come whereby you will meet someone who will talk something. Either it could be through argument, it could be anything, but something will happen and the eye opening will start, and you will get a teacher to learn from. Thank you very much, Marilyn Ndwa. Thank you. And then we have Martin Amewola. Greetings, Bokor and the AMT family. Thank you, Bokor and Senna, for sharing with us the great insights on mind and consciousness. Please, my questions are, how or which way can the younger generation develop powerful minds or consciousness to invent technologies or improve their lives when, for any reason, some individual powerful person, as seen mostly in the developing world, continue to use their influence to negatively suppress the others, especially the young? Okay, let me take that portion of the question. What can we do to the younger generations to develop their powerful minds? Like I said earlier, to develop your develop a powerful mind, first start with self-confidence. Self-confidence. And self-confidence will come from trust. You, the parents or guardians, will have to put trust in your younger ones and let the younger ones have trust in you. If a younger person asks you to help them, if you cannot because you don't have the resources, be very straightforward with the person that I don't have the resources, but I will keep trying. If I get something or I get someone, I can let you know. Don't say, oh, don't worry, I'm going to do it for you. And then at the end, you disappoint the person, so the person lost trust in you. So being straightforward and telling it as it should be told encourages the young mind to trust you. And when people trust, they develop self-confidence. They know that they will not be disappointed. They know that they will not be lied to. So then the mind begins to free itself of many other challenges and slowly become strong. There are some young Africans who are also very intuitively very powerful, in the sense that they can get inspiration and they create things. But their problem is who will finance whatever their creation to bring it into the lesson. our governments are not interested in financing young people's creativity. They are not, because they would rather buy from the people who are already developed. Makes it easier for them, and they can also make some money and that they will hide from the citizenry. So instead of influencing our people and encouraging our people, making them to come out with whatever they are developing or they want to bring into technology, our governments are not interested in. Only few people you see that are interested in such. Nevertheless, we have to keep trying, and we have to let these young people develop trust, and they should also trust themselves. They should have confidence in themselves as well. They should also trust themselves. You know, I see a lot of young people in. I've seen a lot of young people in my country, Ghana, who are mostly what do you call it? Mostly doing this scamming on internet and cheating people and deceiving people just to make a living. Such people have no future, in the sense that instead of using their technological and IT ability to create programs and also create softwares and other things that can be used or help them, they are only using their skill to cheat people and take money from them. So that is what is going on. So when you see our young people are learning anything or even technologically getting developed or having some money, they are using it negatively for just to use it to cheat people. And that's what is going on. So we have to encourage them to trust themselves. We have to encourage them to be honest with themselves, so that their ability to develop technologies and all these things, the conscious or the spiritual realm will send information to people according to what your mind is. If your mind is a thief, or the mind of a thief, so the spiritual will send you ideas of how to steal people, because there is nothing called good and there's nothing called bad. Everything is somebody's viewpoint. The way you look at it is not what other people look at it. So if you are having a brain and a mind to be able to use how to swindle people, why won't you use that same mind to create something so that you make money out of it? So for our people, our young people to develop anything for medicine, you first have to trust. Let them trust you. Let them have trust in themselves, and then let them have confidence in themselves. With that, they will be able to move and forget about so many negative things. Trust is always very, very, very important. And when a child is confident in himself or herself, greater things come out. And then I really admire how you respect and support all your children, including Senapele, holistic development. Oh yes, because I had my dream before I gave birth to them. My children were not born before I planned for them. I planned for them before I gave birth to them. And I don't just give birth to children just because I want to born children. I want to give birth to children who wants to come through me to be able to make a better world. So I don't just give birth to children for just giving birth to children. I already planned what kind of children I wanted to have, and how I want my children to be before they were born. And then, okay, that may sound very crazy, but that's how I do my things. Yes, that's, then say, please, there's a second question. Say, okay, also, why does it seem as though the ancestors are sitting on while some greedy, powerful family members or individual leaders in society destroy, suppress, or do negative, spiritual, physically harmful things to the masses of people? The ancestors, if you don't call them, how would you expect them? Ancestors are dead. Dead people do not talk. It is you who will prompt them and shake them and awaken them to act. But if you don't awaken the ancestors and you are sitting down as if in a religious setup, Christianity, Islam, Hinduism are religions. African traditional spirituality is not a religion, it's a spiritual practice laden with physical, logical, and practical practice. If you don't do anything practical and you are just praying and praying, you are not going to get any answer. That's why African traditional spirituality goes with rituals. Rituals to awaken the ancestors, rituals to awaken spirit or divinities. That's how people do. We don't just pray and pray. Prayer is not very effective unless it is added with a ritual is added to it. You cannot really see the results of prayer. That's why we in our tradition, it's not a belief system. It's not based on faith. It's based on practicality. You do it, then you get answers. You do those, you get answers. You don't just pray. So, my brother, who is that? Martin Amewola. That is it. It's a doing thing. You know, for my son Senna to be born, I did a lot of practical spiritual practices that I wanted him to be born before he was born. It is not by chance or by any accident. No, it was not by chance or by accident. It was a deliberate targeting of what I want, and that came. The mother can also bear me witness to all that had happened before Senna was conceived and given birth to. So it is not just by accident. So the ancestors need to be awakened, and it is you and you alone who can awaken your ancestors. Ancestors are not just sitting down like judges, sitting down and saying that this person is doing wrong things, so let's punish them. No, they don't do that. It is you who will call them and tell them that this person is behaving like this, because after all, they are also from that same ancestral root. So what should you want the ancestors to destroy them? Are they also not the continuity of the ancestors that had passed on? And how do you know that some of the ancestors that had passed on also didn't do bad things? So it is you who will prompt the spirit world, the ancestral world, to act on your behalf, and they do. But when you say, my ancestors are just sitting down and they're not doing, what did you do to tell them what is going on? How did you prompt them? How did you awaken them? What did you do to tell them that this is what is happening, and you are able to draw their attention? So if you don't do anything, don't expect them that they will do anything. They will also be watching, and you too will be watching. All of you will be watching. It's a thank you, Bokor and AMT, for these sessions. Thank you to Tony Amewola. We are very grateful. Yes. Then we have Renal Idubo here, Papa. My ancestral old mother that I don't know, but she knows me and my father. She told me what's about to happen in my family, like a message about what's happening. Renal, I'm not really understanding your what you are writing, but I'll try. That your ancestral mother told your father or told you what is going to happen, and it has happened. She came in my dream, but when I tried to use my mind to call her and pray to her, I have not been able to see her again. How can I create a relationship with her to know her more better? Reynald, I think the only thing you can do in this case, keep pouring libation to her name and keep telling her to reveal herself to you and teach you in your dreams or through intuitions, instincts, and all this. So you keep pouring libation to her name, to her memory, and I believe slowly, she'll get closer to you. Otherwise, you can do a divination to find out what you can do to get closer to her and get her response. Just like I was just saying, that the ancestors sit down, they don't just come by themselves to you. You have to prompt them. You have to activate them. You have to awaken them. Then they will answer you. Then they will tell you what to do. But just sitting down and say, oh, my ancestor, nothing is going to happen. Nothing is going to happen. Yes, then we have our sister Lizzie Ashokai. Greetings, Papa. Miss you all. Lizzie, we miss you too. Thank you very much, and thank you for last time. We are very grateful, and I pray and hope that the rituals will start to work for you, and let me know how things are going on. Thank you very much. Then we have Lustig here. Say, Papa, good afternoon. I have learned from somewhere that Baba Legba accepts sheep, goats, and so on as sacrifice, but his favorite animal is dog. How true is that? And yes, there is a temple of Python in Benin. Okay, I don't know how true is that Baba Legba as his favorite food is dog. I am coming from a lineage of people who do not eat dogs. But there are certain rituals when you do, or when you do a reading. In the reading, if Afa tells you that you should offer dog to Baba Legba to solve the problem that is coming, or to change the situation in which you are, then you give Baba Legba a dog. If it is a goat that Afa instructs you to give, you give goat. If it is a sheep that Afa instructs you to give, you give. If it is chicken, whatever Afa instructed you or instructs you to give to a particular voodoo or to Legba or to whatever, that is what you do. Because in that case, you are walking with the gods, because you are listening to their advice. You are not walking alone, whereby you yourself decide that they say Legba eats dog, so you go and kill dog for Legba, or Legba eats sheep, so you kill a ram for Legba, or Legba eats chicken, so you kill chicken for Legba. No, let the oracle tell you what Legba wants. That's why we deal with divination. It is only in divination that you can, if you are not already psychically clairvoyant and clairaudient personality, it is only through divination that you can get these answers and what to do and what not to do. So at my shrine, we don't do anything without divination. Whatever we will do, we ask the gods. And when we ask them, they give us direction. And when we follow the direction, we get results. So at my shrine, we don't just use imagination, unnecessary imagination. Every imagination that we will use, it is already channeled through the spirits and channeled through the oracle, that do this, concentrate on this, and imagine this, and do this, and then you get answers. And thank you for the answer that there is a temple of Python in Benin. So our sister who had a dream should understand that there are some certain places that we have python gods and shrines and temples. Thank you very much. And then we have Amanda Butler here. Say good morning and good afternoon. I had a dream in which I saw the words Iba Adijaja or Abba Adajaja written on the mirror. I've asked about these words and received no answers. That these words have any meaning? And they don't sound heavy. The words you have written here do not sound heavy to me because it sounds more like a Yoruba words with Iba Adi Jaja or Abba Adajaja. They don't sound heavy to me, but it could be heavy, but they don't sound heavy to me, so I would not know what they mean. Yeah, seriously, we have to ask people from other African linguistic or language areas and see what these things meant. Because for us, at my shrine, we cannot make any head or tail out of it because it doesn't sound like the language that we speak. But definitely it is something, it's some language, and you only need to continue asking, and I believe that someone may have a meaning for you. Thank you very much. Okay, Marilyn Ndua is again saying, as a lady, do I call my grandmother or my grandfathers when I pour libation, or do I call both mothers and fathers? You will pour libation, Marilyn, you will pour libation to your paternal ancestors and your maternal ancestors. It does not matter that you are a lady or you are a man. You can pour libation for both sides because one person does not give birth to. It is two different families, maternal family and paternal family. They combine to give birth to you. So when you are pouring libation, pour libation to their memory or pay homage to their memory by calling both sides. And as you continue, definitely maybe so your grandmother will come through or your grandfather may come through and become more stronger to you. And when you become, that one become very strong, whoever becomes stronger with you during your spiritual journey, that's the person you will use as your Ojiani or your linguist or a spokesperson when you are contacting the spiritual realm or the ancestral realm, because if you can connect with one, then the rest become easy. So pour libation to all of them, and slowly, definitely you will get results. Okay, we have Telly Marie Telly here. Good afternoon, Baba. Hope you and the family are well. May you all have a wonderful week, and same to you, Telly Marie Telly. Thank you very much for joining the section. We are very grateful. Okay, we have Abba La Queens. Abba. Good afternoon, sir. How do I handle this situation, sir? I dream a lot, and all my dreams always come true, especially when it's about other people. The problem now is that I can't sleep for 30 minutes without having up to 3 or 4 minutes even afraid. 3/4 I'm even afraid to sleep because it only dreams that will be coming. Please help this. Please help this over 25 years. Oh, so Abba, let me see the name again, please. Abba La Queens Abba. Well, if this has been happening for almost 25 years, what spiritual help have you sought until now? I don't know. If I were you, I would have gone for divination to find out what exactly is happening and how to stop them or how to encourage them, and then use it to help myself and help other people. I will advise you to go for divination, a reading to find out what you should do, because if your dreams are almost 3/4 all the time you are dreaming, then it's good, but you say you are afraid even to sleep because it is only dreams that will be coming. So definitely everybody dreams, but some people do not remember their dreams when they dream, but some do, and sometimes they will forget some part of the dream, or they will forget the whole dream. But everybody actually dreams. Some people don't remember anything when they wake up, so when you ask them, they say, I don't dream. You can't sleep without dreaming. Otherwise, your mind is active, so you cannot just, it's only that you don't remember it. So what I will ask you is to try to do a reading or divination to seek help from the spirit world. They will give you direction on what to do to overcome the challenges that you are having. Thank you very much. And then we have Rena Idubo here again. Thanks so much, Papa. Thank you to Rena. Very grateful. And then we go back to YouTube. Okay, we have Casp Teddy. Greetings, Papa. My grandfather liked to smoke cigarettes. Is it advisable when pouring libation to also light a cigarette for him? Thank you. Yes, of course. Whatever your grandfather likes in his lifetime, you can also add that one, light a cigarette. And if you yourself you smoke, you can smoke a cigarette for him. But you should also know that smoking is harmful. It can destroy your lungs and sometimes your teeth. But people smoke, and the companies are making the smoke, so people are also smoking. But then it is also advisable that you should know that smoking is harmful. Thank you. Then we have the trade of the day, Alafia. Thank you very much, and Alafia to you too. The trade of the day say, I want to have a connect with this guy. Okay, if you are talking about us, with our telephone numbers, our website, our everything is on the is online. You can always get Revolution or African Banking Temple. Then we have Mike Perry Papa. In my opinion, a small percentage of black people are connected with ancestors and spirituality. How can we overcome as a people when we neglect our own and embrace somebody else's God? That's very true. You are very, very correct, my career. Not many people are interested in their own. We want to be closer to the European. We want to be closer to Israel. Our governments all, if they are not a Muslim interest, then they are Christian or European interest. That's what it is in Africa. So it's not going to be that very easy for everybody to become an African spiritual person, because spirituality is not a religion whereby you have to convert people and force people to become or join. Let people join, or people try to find out about themselves at their own time. We all have our time. We were all not born the same day. Even if we were all born on the same day, we're not all born on the same hour or the same minute. We are all different. We all don't have the same destiny. So for that matter, we should just take care of yourself take care of yourself, and the rest will be taken care of. Because if you are able to train yourself, you will train your children. When their children give birth to their children, they will train them, and that's how it's going. So you don't need to bother about how many people are coming into African spirituality or not. But if they have refused to pay homage to their ancestors, they should not be expecting their ancestors to do anything for them. Thank you. And then we have Kendra Hill saying Alafia and Alafia to you. We have my big brother in UK, Matthew Kobler, saying season greetings, my brother. God greetings to you, to my nephews and nieces, and to your team. Thank you very much for Matthew. I'm very grateful, and happy Easter to you and the family over there. We are very grateful. Thank you. Okay, now, do you have any question on Zoom?
No, please, sir.
Nobody is communicating on the Zoom, or people are not knowing that we are using Zoom. So anyone who wants to communicate with us on Zoom, please, what is the address? Is African Magic Temple?
We posted it over there.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now I come back to you, Clubhouse, please. Any question from there, please come. So we don't have any on Facebook. It's finished. The questions. Reina Iduboy said, "Thank you so much, Papa." And that's the last one on Facebook. And we had the YouTube was Martin Kobler, my big brother. Yeah. Okay. So Senna, are you still there on your platform? I think Senna is not there. My listing is on. So please, anybody who is there, please ask question from the clubhouse, please.
Okay. I don't know if you heard of Maladona, Patrice Soman, and he wrote a book called Water and Spirit, or the Sacred Wisdom of Africa, the Healing Wisdom of Africa. And he talked about in that region of Africa about a lady in the tree, or different spirits that live in the tree. And that's basically doom. And I understand in spirituality period, we know that the tree has a spirit itself. But with the spirit and essence of the tree, would some of them be actually like in human form or a different aspect of humanity?
No, maybe spirits can become human or take human form or mount people, but I'm not very familiar with that to say this person has become a spirit, has become a human being or was born a human being. Sometimes people have all kind of funny things. That's why I see so many things in our African traditional spirituality which are only comedy, in the sense that a lot of people talk about so many things that to me they are not reality. They don't make sense to me, so I don't follow so many things. I follow what I know, and I accept it. Whatever I have experienced, that's what I follow. But there is the possibility that yes, maybe some people can have a spirit that can become a human being, but I've never seen one before, and I've never been in contact with any of such. But trees, there are certain voodoos that live. Voodoos live in all kind of places. Some voodoos live in trees. Some live inside under the ground. Some live in air. Some live inside the water. So the voodoo can live anywhere, because spirit can live anywhere if they want to. Because as I was teaching last week, I spoke about gnomes, undines, salamanders, and then sylphs. I spoke about those last week. So each spirit has got a sphere that they live within. So the water spirits or undines are water spirits, and then we have the gnomes, which are on physical earth spirits like dwarves and other things, and then we have salamanders, which are fiery spirits, and then sylphs are in the area spirits. So all these things are there. So spirits can live in anything. So even in my shrine, we have some spirits that are in tree. There are some spirits that we put inside the water in pots. Some are just physically hard, physical thing you can touch. So by the human being taking a spirit taking a human form, I only hear it. Only heard them in what do you call it? In stories. In stories, maybe in Afar stories, as well as in European fairy tales, but I've not really got in touch or contact with anything physically like that before.
Yeah, that's very understandable. That's very understandable. Thank you.
Thank you too. Thank you. We have on YouTube Cap Steady saying, Papa, please can you talk about Bokor children? I don't know what you mean by Bokor children. People have different things about Bokor children. You call them Jiku, as the Abes call them. They are not called Bokor children. Because Bokor in Abe, typical word Bokor in Abe, which I think is originally coming from Akan word, means a slave. And our people give this name to their children if that child is a Jikwi. Jikwi means the person died, they give birth to the child dies, and then it comes back again. So for the parents, hoping that they can keep their child, they may take the child to, when the child is born again, or when the mother is pregnant with the child again, they may take the child or the mother who is pregnant to a spiritual place, do a reading, and know what to do. So sometime when they give birth to these children, and if it is the same child or the spirit of the same child that has come back to worry the mother, they will give a name that will show that that child is not a family member. So if death likes, death can come and take and go. So they may call, oh, this is a slave of the family, or this is, I'm giving birth to this one for death. Kumejina, I gave birth to this one for death. So it's okay if death likes, they come and take it. So our people use these things, but all these things are done through divination and reading to know what to do. People don't just wake up and start to give names to their children without going through any spiritual consultation. So custody, I'm not so much into Bokor children, but I know that Jikwi, sometimes they give them such names. Okay, Kisao, okay, the little stick is, that's it, eh? Okay. Say, Papa, please, I want to know this. When you visit a shrine, which one is correct? Letting the priest tell you why you have come, or you telling them why? Okay, let me take that portion first. When you visit a shrine, you are just visiting. But if you go to a shrine that you wanted to find out something about yourself, you don't have to tell the priest what you want to find out about yourself. You just tell the priest that I'm coming to do a reading. The priest will tell you, go and speak on your money quietly and bring the money to him so that he can give to his oracle to tell you what you have asked. So it is not you going to go and tell the priest all your stories first before the priest will tell you, I'll do this, I'll do that. It is also up to you, because some people come to a shrine, they are not willing to pay any money, yet still they are expecting that all their problems that they have brought to the shrine should be solved for them. They are not ready to buy anything, and they expect that the priest does not eat and does not clothe himself. He doesn't do anything. He's only a priest for us because he's working for God. He should just help us. So when you go to a shrine, you must have a purpose why you are going to that shrine. And when you go to a shrine and you are not ready to do a reading, if the priest is kind enough and want to help you, then it's up to the priest. But if you go there with a mind of doing a reading, when you go there, the priest will do the reading. You don't need to tell him any story about you. Just ask him to do a reading for you. And when they do the reading, they'll tell you what they have seen. And when after they have seen what they have seen, you now can tell them the reason why you came. And if what they have seen around you and what you have had in mind before the reading all comes on the same platform, then you know that the priest is actually telling you the truth or is seeing things. But if the priest tells you something far away from what you had gone there for, and without explaining what it is that he has seen for you, sometimes it is challenging. That's what I would say. It is challenging. But when you go to a shrine, just tell the priest you want to do a reading. Let the priest tell you everything about you before you tell him the reason you come. That is the best. And if you should tell them yourself, does that mean they are not real? In a nutshell, how can one tell a real priest any clues? Yeah, that's it. When you go to a shrine, ask them to do a reading for you. Don't say anything to the priest's ears. And if the priest is able to see the problems that you have, at least some of the problems, may not be able to see all, but see some of the problems that you yourself know that you have, then you know he is real. Not a priest who will say, okay, come and tell me everything about you, and then later told you that, oh, you are sick this way, you are sick that way, because you have already told him. That's not the way to go. That's not the way of a real priest. A real priest should be able to see, because a priest who is a good priest is a seer as well. Thank you. Move the cursor up. Let's see. Okay, Kisao Aziza Power is a Papa. I have been initiated by my culture. I'm a Basari man. Can I get some help from you, Papa? What kind of help do you need? If you can get me some help from me, what kind of help? You can tell me what kind of help if I have. Yes, I can tell you what to do. But if I don't have, then I cannot help you. That's why you must tell me what kind of help do you need. Yeah, if you are being initiated, whether it's a Basari culture or Ebe culture or Kotokoli culture or Kabiye culture or Danbani, Dambomba, we are all Africans and we all have our African traditional spirituality working for us, or African spiritual energy that is working for us. So it does not matter. We are talking generally about African traditional spirituality and every introduced here. So you are not very far from the truth. Once you have been initiated, follow the path of your ancestors. And it is easier to know more from your ancestors than to know from others. So yes, you can cross cultures to learn from here and there, but concentrate on what your ancestors initiated you into. It will make more sense to you than going to a totally different place to learn. But if you master what your ancestors taught you, then it becomes easier whenever you go and you learn. It becomes easier for you. You will have a very full understanding. And then we have our sister Marilyn Indua again told me, I keep eating in my dreams. What does this mean? In every belief is that when you are eating in your dream, you are now having a connection with the witches. They are either training you to become a witch or they are getting involved in your life. That's what we believe. So try as much as possible to stop eating in your dreams. Then again, Marilyn Indua is saying, replying to herself, and say, I'm with folks in the dream and seem to be the only one eating. What should I do after such dreams? After such dreams, when you wake up, don't talk to anybody. Go to the toilet, even if it's a water closet. Tell your dream to the toilet that this is what you are seeing in your dream. You don't know whether it's a good thing or it's a bad thing. And if it is a bad thing, the toilet should take it away, because the toilet takes our bad things away. And after that, you flush it and let the toilet take the bad things away. But if it is a good thing, that is the same story to the toilet, even before flushing. If it's a good thing that you are seeing in your dream, then it should manifest on the physical plane. But if it is a bad thing, the toilet should take it away, then you flush your toilet. We have Benny Moswan. Is it Moswan?
Yeah.
Okay, Moswani. Okay, Benny Moswani on YouTube saying, Bokor, what is your opinion about the black cube? A black cube in Mecca that the Muslims pray to. We appreciate your wisdom down here in South Africa. Benny Moswani, I have not been to Mecca before, and I am not a Muslim. I don't want to discuss somebody's religion, which I am not very deep into. I heard that is it called black box? Kaaba, yeah, the Kaaba. The Kaaba, what I heard is that it contains things that were remains or things that belong to Abraham, which the Muslims call Ibrahim. That it was a place that Abraham, the father of the Jews and the Muslim world, where he prayed when in the olden days. I think he came from Abraham is from Ur of Chaldea or something. Said, did you go to church?
No, Papa.
So Abraham is the father of the Jews and the Muslim. And the Muslims claim that where the Kaaba, the black house in Mecca is at, used to be the place where Abraham had prayed or made his shrine. So they had used other things to cover that place, so it becomes a very holy site for Muslims. And that's what I know. And I think history books also talk about that. So apart from that, I don't know whether it is true, it's not true, I don't know. I have never been to Mecca and I am not a Muslim.
It's Chadis.
Yeah?
Where Abraham is from, who owns it in Chadis?
The Chad. Not Chad of Africa, or say Ur of Chad.
Ur of
Yes. So that's where Abraham come from, and maybe that is where the people. Oh no, but they say God told him to leave his house and go out alone, and he will make a nation for him. So he left that Ur of Chadian and he came to Israel, right? Or come to Arab world, wherever he came. I'm not interested. That's not my interest. I'm interested in my grandfather, where my grandfather came from. It's neat. So anyway, I don't know what is the Kaaba. Maybe one day when I become Muslim and I go to Mecca, I'll ask them. But I'm not going to ask anybody who is not from Arab land. Yeah, because if you ask them, the only thing is sorry. But when I go there, I will ask the people. Because if you are not a Muslim, I'm not sure they will allow you to come near that Kaaba. So there is no way I can go without being a Muslim. So maybe when I become Muslim one day, I will go and then I'll ask questions. Yeah. I think we are done on Reynald Idubo is showing emojis of love. Thank you very much. And do we have anybody on Clubhouse who has anything to say? If you can still hear me.
Greetings.
Yeah, greetings.
Greetings, Papa.
Greetings. Is that Shamba?
Yes.
How are you?
I'm good, Papa. How are you?
I'm also good. How is your mom?
Yes. She's doing good. I just wanted to let you know I'm traveling right now, so
Are you
I really can't say much today.
Oh, you are traveling?
Yes.
You're going to do the performance at the IFA festival?
Yeah, I was at the they had a E5 festival with
Obatala festival.
in Florida. Yeah, Obatala, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. And our sick person that you said it was still having some problem, and I told you to bath the water of the Amazon. Did you give him that before leaving?
Yes.
Okay then.
Yes.
Okay.
I have to give him some more when I come back. But I just gave him what I could before I left.
Okay. That's fine. So it's fine. When you have time, you can again come back and listen to the program.
Okay.
And we wish you safe journey.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, we have our sister Oluchi also. Okay, it's Papa. 2 days ago, I had a dream. I was making fish and I was eating it. And when I woke up, I look into my deep freezer, I find the same fish I had. I had the same fish, and I had to make it the same way I saw in my dream and eat it. What does that mean, Papa? Peace and love. Okay, I don't know, but when you see something in your dream in certain ways, especially for cooking and eating, you must be very careful. You must be careful because in our African tradition, especially Ewe tradition, eating in a dream is not a very good thing. We, according to the Ewes, when you are eating in a dream, you are either eating with the witches or the witches are training you to eat together with them. That is our belief. So seeing yourself eating some fish in a dream and again waking up and seeing the fish in your freezer and cooking it and eating it, okay, I cannot talk very much about that, but in our Ewe culture, it is, or spirituality, it is advisable that we try to avoid eating in our dreams. And for me, when I had a dream or I have a dream where someone is asking me or inviting me to come and eat certain food, when I wake up, of course I will not eat in my dream, but if I am invited to come and eat certain food and I somehow manage to wake up, when I come on the physical plane, I avoid eating that same food for some time because I don't know why, whether it is a trap or whatever it is, I don't know whether it is a trap or whatever. So I will avoid eating the same food for some time, a minimum 17 days. I will not eat the same food for one reason, that if it were the witches that are trying to get me to join their association, then if I avoid eating the food on the physical plane as well, would deny them access to my spirit in order to be able to connect with me. So that is why it is advisable to try as much as possible to avoid eating in a dream. And when you wake up, if you can, avoid eating the food that you saw in the dream. There was this little girl that was brought to me some years back, and the girl had really swollen up out of sickness. But what exact sickness she was suffering from at that time, we didn't know. And they came to me and I did a reading. Then I told the mother that this girl is a little girl, but she has been seeing something in her dream. And what has she been seeing? So if the mother can talk to her, because she was about 8 years old, she could tell a dream. So she said that there is a woman who is a pastor, a lady pastor, whom the mother usually leaves her at before going to the market or the city. So she had been seeing this auntie in her dream preparing gari with palm oil and very tasty with beans and all these things for her in the dream, and she was eating. And sometime on the physical plane too, the woman prepares the same for her to eat. And when the mother dropped her at the lady pastor's place, the woman prepares that. Whether the girl is dreaming of what she has been eating at the woman's place, or the woman was feeding her spirit as well as feeding her physical body, that's why she was getting fat. But it's not fat, it's swelling up. I think some of you might have read the story of Gretel and the witch. Hunter, yeah, something like that. What like similar like that. So the person will be feeding you so that you become fatty enough for them to be able to enjoy. So that lady, that girl was getting swollen up. So when they came here, the oracle told us that the witches were actually preparing her for dinner. They have been feeding her so that she could be very juicy when they want to eat her, according to the reading. So we had to do things to stop them attacking her and all this. So we in Ewe culture, it is not advisable to be eaten in your dreams. Big sister, thank you very much for that. Then we have Ivan Raimondo. Good evening, Daddy. Nice meeting you. Thank you very much, Ivan. Thank you for joining. And then Big Sister Oluchu again came here and said, and that was the first time I eat in my dream. Usually I don't eat in my dream, but this one was the one, I was the one who prepared it. Yes, I understand. Even if you are the one who prepared it, don't eat if it is possible. So you were the one who prepared it, but avoid eating in your dream. According to our culture, it is a trap. Sometimes they can trap you. Thank you very much. Then we see Ivan Raimondo is saying, can we bring jewelry for spiritual protection, bracelet or necklace? Thank you. No, I don't charge other items from this. My spirits are not, they are real spirits. So they themselves, they know what kind of metal they want to use as a protection. But not somebody brings something from outside and we charge it. I don't do that. I don't do that. If you want a bracelet, you want a protection, this thing, the spirit will specify what should be made for you. However, if you come and do a reading and you ask the question and the spirit say yes, you can bring a protection or bring some jewelry from your own place to be charged for you. I have no choice. I am only a tool in their hands. So if they say yes, it's possible, I will do according to the direction that they will give me. But what I know is that we prepare it here, and the spirit gives us certain metals or certain bracelet that we should use to represent them for them to be able to protect us. But then apart from that, I don't know. Thank you very much, Ivan Rimondo. And then we have Tantric Power here. Hello, Papa. Even where are you as a priest? For so many years, are witches still trying to recruit you into their association? Yes, of course. Witches are also spirits. Don't you know that witches are also spirits? Witches are not anything than spirits. They are also spirits. So why wouldn't they want to recruit people who are good into their group? Do you know that some people also go only to get initiation to become witch? So witchcraft is also a kind of a spirituality, and it is a very powerful one. It's only that some of us are not interested. That's why we don't join those things. Yeah, but some people, most of your Christian pastors in Ghana and Nigeria, are they all not witches? They all went to get witchcraft so that they can use it to see and to extort money from people's hands. That's why the pastors are not kind. They can be sitting in airplane and Rolls Royce cars while their followers are walking on foot in a rainy day. They will pass them by, they don't even care. Most of them are witches. So yes, witches would want to recruit anybody they think that can help their cause. I am not, I cannot agree to join them. That's why they will be trying, but they cannot get me. And then we have Ivan Raimondo again. I found a lot of similarity with the voodoo and the beauty of Gabon, especially the use of plants for different sicknesses. You see, Ivan Raimondo, you see, the point is that the Aves of West Africa, especially Ghana, Togo, Benin, and part of Nigeria, we call our own voodoo. But then, in Gabon, where you are coming from, or where, yes, if they call it Bwiti, means it is the same voodoo because they are only calling it in their language. Because what is voodoo? Voodoo means spirits, knowing how to live in harmony with nature. That's all that voodoo is. Knowing how to live in harmony with nature. How to live, and the word voodoo is give liberty to a community. That which give liberty to community, voodoo, or spirits in short. So spirit is voodoo. That it's a spirit that will liberate you or liberate a community from whatever challenges. That's why if a spirit that liberates a community from challenges, they call it, he has voodoo. He has given freedom to the community. So there's nothing, it's not like similarity. Africa has the same thing, but we have different cultures, different languages, and different ethnic groups. So each one is practicing their voodoo according to what their ancestors left for them. And they will have their own name for it. They won't call it voodoo. It's not supposed to be called voodoo because they are not Aves. They don't speak Ave language. But if the Aves want to call beauty or beauty in our language, we will call Gabon voodoo. Finish. Okay, and big sister Oluchi again came. Okay, Papa, thank you with love. Thank you to my sister. Thank you very much, big sister. Tantric power is a Papa. So is it true that witches eat human beings? Yes and no. Witches don't go and catch a human being and put on top of a cooking pot and cook it and eat. That is not what we are saying. But spiritually, yes, they will eat you and try to destroy your inner self so that your soul, your essence, your destiny will leave your body and your body will die. So that's what they say, witches eat human beings. There are many rumors about this in Nigeria. Some people in Nigeria avoid pork because the meat of pork is very similar to human being, because they are afraid that a witch will trick them into eating human meat by presenting it as pork. Africa has so many problems. We don't know how to solve it. People don't care even if it's human meat or it's pork. Meat is meat. But that is not the way we are saying. Witches eating human being. It's not like they are cooking a human physical flesh. It is a spiritual thing that witches eat you in spirit, not on a physical plane. That's what we call witch attack. So it's not like they go and cut a human being and put inside their pot and start cooking on the physical fire and then they will be eating it. That's not what it meant by saying witches eat humans. Then we have Berima Kotikesi running. Papa, greetings. Please, I want to know the meaning of a person dressed like a king at a funeral with demands for the departed person speaking to someone while a funeral is going on. Well, why you will not ask the person who was doing the thing? I think you posted this question last time. I told you it would have been better asking the people who are doing the thing what the meaning is. I don't know. People have different spiritual practices, and I don't know why somebody is dressed like a king, whether it's a dead person dressed like a king or somebody who is I want to know the meaning of a person dressed like a king at a funeral. Okay, is it a dead person who is dressed like the king, or another different person who is dressed as a king with demands for the departed person speaking through someone while a funeral is going on? I think it is better, this question is better answered by the people where you saw what was happening. You can ask them after the whole thing and ask them what it is, because I don't understand. If there's somebody is saying that the dead man who is dead is speaking through a living person who is sitting down dressed like a king, I don't know. There are so many tricks and charlatans in this trade of African traditional spirituality, and if you are not very clever, you fall prey to most of them. I've seen so many people trying to tell people that they are communicating with dead people, only to find out that they are only ventriloquists, people who are speaking to their throats, and they are fooling people that they are communicating with dead people. I don't deal with such people. I've seen some, and it is not my place to talk about them. That's their life, and I'm not in that class. Very interesting world. Okay, the world is very interesting, so be very clever. So we have the last one with Renal Idubo. Say, Papa, how do witches do get? Let me see. Bring it. Say, how do witches do get their powers? I don't know. I am not a witch, so I don't know how they get their powers. But definitely there is some way they got their powers. So if you want to be, you want to know how they get their powers, then you have to get closer to witches. They will teach you how they got their powers. Yeah, I believe so. I'm not the one who gave them power. I don't know how they got their power at all. So please, you can ask them. You get closer to any witch. Even sometimes you go to the church, they will see some of the pastors. They are very, what do you call it? They are very, very proud to say that they are witches, that they have witchcraft. Some people are very proud. They are not people are not ashamed of having witchcraft. It's only you and I who is afraid because we are not witches. That's why we are afraid. Witches are not afraid of being called witch. Some people are very proud because they know that they have power. So I don't know, but you will. When you get closer to them, they may explain to you how they got their powers. Yeah. But you should also remember that witchcraft is a very, very close cult. People who practice witchcraft as a spiritual practice. Who was telling me? Someone was telling me about 3 days ago that he went to a place. Okay, I was reading from Dr. Sela Ajay's story that somebody was saying that they wanted to give witchcraft to somebody that, they did not have this, but they have witchcraft, and if the person wants, they can give them witchcraft so that they can see. So, yeah, there are people who are very proud of having witchcraft. So, maybe you and I are afraid, that's why we are not proud to join them. But some people, most of your pastors, especially the young pastors, that's what they do. They go collect witchcraft so that they can use it to do spiritual work. Right? And I'm not on that line. Or I don't think that interests me yet. Maybe one day I'll have interest in it, and then I'll know how they get their powers. But now I don't have interest. Then we have a listing here saying, Papa, I saw you offering knifeless fowl to the Essay. It was daytime. When I visited a Bokor at Befi, we did the ritual at dawn, past 12 a.m. I am also, when I visited a Bokor at Befi, we did the ritual at dawn, 12 a.m. I also visited others, it was performed during daytime. I just want to know the difference in the time performing ritual, because I have seen you perform some ritual in daytime as well. I have heard that real spirituality is performed at night or dawn. How true is that? Okay, Lustig, the point is that you can perform spirituality at any time of the day. provided what you are doing is real and you see results. Time is very important, I may say. Yes, a lot of people do their spiritual practices at night or during the early hours of the day. For one reason, that before human beings get your attention and your mind get corrupted, at dawn you wake up, your mind is fresh and you direct it straight away towards your spiritual practice. And that time too, you do not have spoken with too many people, only you and the people who are doing the rituals will be speaking. So there will not be too many other negative minds that will be coming to influence your mind during the practice. And also, some of these rituals, when you are performing them, you are not supposed to eat pepper and salt before doing the ritual. So in this case, what happens is that when you do it at 12 midnight or 12 a.m. or 4 a.m., 3 a.m., before you even get hungry, you would have finished your rituals already, and you can now eat salt and pepper without any problem. That's why some people choose to do their rituals at dawn. I myself have certain rituals that I do at dawn, like praying to my ancestors, pouring libation. I woke up at dawn and I pour libation to my ancestors before I speak to anybody. That's why when people call me in the early morning hours, if I am praying or if I have not done my prayers, I'm not going to pick the call or speak with you, because I want to make my first voice to my ancestors, paying homage to them and asking them for protection. So I may not pick your call, but some people choose to do me when I do my essay for people. I do it in the daytime, because that's how I was taught. My teacher who taught me essay did it for me at the daytime. We started at night and I think we ended up the daytime the following day. But even the night that we started was only about, we started from around 5 p.m. in the evening, molding and all this things. So by the time we finished, it was late, we slept. And then the following day, I fed my essay. And that was how it came about. So time is okay. If you can do things at dawn, fine, because you actually will be doing it before people will wake up. But there are certain rituals, it is better when you are very well clear in mind. Then you do it, you get result or success. So my rituals of offering the knifeless killing to essay, I can do it at any time. I can do it at dawn, I can do it in the daytime as well. So, and then, so any time is okay. You can choose any time, but the whole thing is when you do it, whether you do it at dawn or not, or you do it at daytime or not, the purpose is to see what you are doing, you derive results from it. That's what matters. It's the result, that's why we do things. So if you do it at dawn and no result comes out of it, so what is the use? And if you do it at the daytime and no results come out of it, what's the use? The purpose is to achieve results. So if I do it at the daytime and I get result, why not? So for me, at African Magic Temple, we concentrate on getting results. We are not interested in the ceremonial dancing, the drumming, and all kind of things. And this, once in a while, we may drum and sing and enjoy, but that is not our focus. Our focus is to do things and get results, and that's what we do. Thank you very much, Listy. And then big sister Oluchi also is laughing. Papa said, get closer to the witches. I will tell you how to get your powers. Sorry, Papa, I'm laughing here. Yeah, because you say, how do witches get their powers? I'm not a witch. Me, I'm not a witch. And I don't know how witches get their power. And you are asking me. So if you get closer to the witch, maybe they will tell you. Maybe I can't tell you. I don't know. Because I'm not a witch, so I cannot tell. I wish I could tell how witches get power. But you have to be a witch to know. I mean, I am a joker, a juju man, Bokor. I know how I get my power. So when you ask me, I will tell you that, if you want to get power by the mirror, these are the things you do, these are the places you sleep, these are the herbs that you use, and then I will do that for you. If you want to set up your essay to get power from your destiny, I will tell you which herbs to put together and into the clay before setting it up, which metals will go inside, whatever, so that you can know how your essay will function for you. That I can tell. But if I'm not a witch, how will I know how which man or which woman get their power? Thank you very much, big sister. Yes, we still have we have a few questions here too. Yeah. Okay, we have on YouTube. We have Bolaji Ali. Hello, Papa. Easter greetings to you and the entire AMT family. Same to you, Bolaji. Thank you very much for joining us. And Bolaji again said, please, Papa, can you explain more about the Christ consciousness attained when one is initiated into Abraxas? Is it the same as Kundalini Rising? Thank you, sir. Bolaji, you see, when we do Abraxas initiation, there is the Abraxas as the Christ consciousness, which exists a universal energy. It does not belong to any religion, and it does not belong to any particular race or ethnic group. It's an energy that awakens you and connects you to the spiritual realm, so that you can now easily communicate with the spiritual realm. And any spirit anywhere, any voodoo or a throne or whatever you may call it, devas as in Indian mythology, and gods of wherever, even to the saints and to the church and into Islam and everything. When you are initiated into that consciousness, and when it awakens in you, you should be able to feel energy from any spirit, and you should be able to receive information from the spirit world much easier than before. The word Christ, Christ is not a Hebrew word. It's not from Jewish word. The word is originally coming from Greek. I think it's in Greek it's called Christus or something. The anointed or the enlightened one, the one that is enlightened, the one who has wisdom and knowledge. So that's where the word Christ is coming from. But then I think it find its way into Christianity, because when people started calling Jesus of Nazareth, if he ever existed, that according to the Bible, when people started calling him Christ. But then initially he was asking was asking Peter, Simon Peter and the other groups, he was asking them, who do men say I am? I think it's in Matthew. Who do men say I am? And some of his disciples were saying that you are the Son of the living God. Some people were saying that they say you are a man of whatever. And then some were saying, oh, you are the Christ, which means you are the one who is the anointed one, or you are the one that is full of wisdom. When Jesus asked that question, who do men say I am? And then each one was trying to praise or try to tell them what they are hearing from the public. So it is from there that word Christ come into the Jesus, because Jesus himself never called himself I am Jesus Christ. No, it is people who bestowed that one, just like how they bestowed the doctorate degree on people, or when you study to some level, someday someone will call you doctors, this, doctor, that, or that's what the Christ is. It's a title. It's a title bestowed on Jesus. So in the early days, they were not calling him Jesus Christ. He was called Jesus the Christ. Jesus the Christ means Jesus who has attained Christus. Jesus has attained that consciousness, that of all-knowing, and kind of an all-knowing consciousness. Because in the Bible, there was a Christ at the time of Abraham, who that Christ was Melchizedek, as the Americans call it Melchizedek, and we here in Africa we call it Melchizedek. I don't know where America call it Melchizedek and where we will call it Melchizedek. I don't know, but that is the Christ that was at the time of Abraham. And it is said that the Christ, he had no father and he had no mother. But Jesus Christ had mother. So why he too is Christ, I don't know. He get married as his mother, Abi?
Yes, Papa. Sorry. Yes, Papa.
Oh, am I not being straightforward? Yeah, because they say that Christ has no mother, no father in the Old Testament. But then in the New Testament, he get father, he get mother, but only my father is no baby. So all these things have been fed to us. So the Christ consciousness, the Abraxas, is the Christ consciousness, and when you are initiated into it, your connection to the psychic plane and the spiritual realm become more easier. Your understanding of spirituality becomes easier. Not necessarily voodoo, but general spirituality. And is it the same as Kunda Kundalini Rising? You see, the Kunda Kundalini Rising, honestly, I have been a Hindu monk. And that Kunda Kundalini Rising, I don't know how many people in Hinduism who had actually raising their Kundalini before. There's so much story about the Kundalini when it is rising. That Kundalini, when it is rising, it goes to your Muladhara chakra, come to the Swadhisthana, which is at the base of the sex organ, then to the Manipura at your navel point, then comes to the Anahata at the heart point here, then it goes to the Vishuddha at where your Adam's apple is in May. Then from there you come to the Agya chakra, which is the people call the third eye, And then the final part is the Sahasrara chakra, which is the top of the head, the form tunnel. But the truth is that how many people had actually ever done that Kundalini Rising? I had done meditation for many years, trying this Kundalini thing, and I don't know. I don't see Kundalini Rising inside me. And I know only people will not say it, but people are just quiet because they try it and nothing is happening, but they are ashamed to say that what we are doing, we are not seeing result. So they keep quiet and just remain inside like that and keep deceiving themselves and dress in certain way or behave in certain way, so people will believe that, oh, you are so elevated. I was in India. I trained in Benares, Varanasi, Kashi. That's the same name, that same place is having 3 different names in India, in Uttar Pradesh. That is the Hindus' holiest city, just like how Mecca is to the Muslims. And I think every 12 years they celebrate the Kumbh Mela in that part of India, in Varanasi. And there is a Hindus' holy temple in that place, at Ganga Ghat. But I had been practicing this Kundalini thing from Ghana before, when I was initiated into Ananda Marga, and I was taught my first lesson, initiated into my first lesson. I've been practicing that until I became a monk and I reached the 6th lesson in Ananda Marga before finally resigning. But for me to physically feel that my Kundalini was rising, I cannot tell, because it cannot be compared to the Abraxas initiation that I give, honestly. Because the Abraxas initiation, if it's given, and you, the recipient, you are very in line with it, you start to feel the energy immediately. It's not like they are telling you to go home and come back. Even if you cannot feel all the vibration, you can still feel the vibration. And where is it coming from? And as it dawns on you and you continue practicing, before you even talk about the word, the vibration will just come like someone is shaking you. And that gives you the assurance and the confidence that you are not alone. There is an energy that is working with you, or an energy that hears your prayer. And there is an energy that listens to what you are saying into the spirit world. So, Bolaji, that is what Abraxas initiation is. I have also practiced Kundalini Rising thing, but when we were told you have to do the meditation, repeat all the chakra, each chakra has a mantra. The Muladhara chakra, which is at the base, has a mantra you have to repeat. According to our teacher and our teaching in Hinduism, in Ananda Marga, that mantra is supposed to activate and vibrate the sleeping divinity to wake up and then start going to your chakras. But I never experienced it. I have to be honest. This is all that have made me to come backwards home to practice my ancestors, their practices, where I have now got fulfillment, that I can also proudly tell people that if I do this for you, you will see results. Because what you yourself you have experienced is much better a teacher than what somebody had experienced and told you. I don't know whether you all are understanding this. Can people on Clubhouse, are you also listening still?
Yes.
Okay.
We're listening.
Okay, because I everywhere is quiet, that's why I'm asking. So to have an experience and you personally experiencing something is better than being told that, oh, somebody had experienced this. You say Jesus Christ walked on water, and Jesus walked on water. Okay, you and I, we were not there to see him walking on the water. But today, nobody can walk on water. Maybe no matter how you try to make your body very, very light by practicing Shaolin techniques, you will sink. But the people who were there at the Jesus by the river when he was walking, they saw, and they died almost 600, 700 years before people start writing stories. So that experience is only a hearsay. But when you have your own personal experience, that you can do certain things, you can call on an energy, and the energy will just listen to you, listen to your voice, and you can direct that energy to go and do something, and that will be accomplished. That is your personal experience, and that one you can never compare it to any hearsay, because personal experience is the best teacher. So we have cast steady again here, Papa. Can voodoo be used to rescue someone who has been bewitched? Yes, cast steady. I think that is the purpose of voodoo. That is the aim of voodoo, to be able to rescue you yourself and any other person from the grips of the negative energies and protect you from them attacking you, helping you move in your destiny to achieve what is in your destiny for you. So the work of voodoo is to be used to help people who are under negative influence of negative spirits. Somebody fetch me, get me water. So cast steady, yes. Voodoo is supposed to be used to help people who have been bewitched. Okay, let's go to Facebook again and see if there is anything there. Oh, there is more on YouTube. Do you have more on the YouTube, or is finished? That's the last one?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go to Facebook. I think we are also okay, we have the elastic guitar. Today the sound is fantastic. Oh yeah, because we are using 3 microphones at the same time. Is that not true?
Yes.
Is the 3 microphones making so?
Yes. We are using just one, that's
One for Zoom, one for YouTube.
and Facebook.
Eh?
We're using one microphone for all of them, but the second one is just in case maybe something happens, you fall back to that one.
So they are not active.
Only one is active.
This big one,
No, the small one.
this small one.
Yes.
Why this one is not active again? It's spoiled.
The cable.
Okay, so there's one small. They say there's only one active microphone. We have 3 all here. I thought all the 3 was working, but they just put them as a support, just in case one fail, they will just jump on. And so it's one small one that we are using, and it is it's good to hear that the sound is fantastic. Thank you very much, Christy. Why is no one commenting on that? Okay. No, you have commented. So if the sound is not good, then they will let us know. But if it's good, why should they comment on it again? I just thank you that you are talking about it. This is my question. Is it possible that the oracle will accept your offering and refuse to give you result? No correct oracle will take any... oracle doesn't accept, does not take your offering. The oracle does not take your offering. What the oracle does is that when you come to do a reading or divination or consultation, call it whatever you like, and the oracle directs you that it is the witches that are worrying you, so feed the witches or do the witches ritual so that they will leave you. Or the oracle will direct you and tell you that it is your ancestors that needed your attention, or because your ancestors are angry with you, that's why they are not getting involved into your anything to help you. Or the oracle can also tell you that it is your own destiny that is blocking your chances, especially your negative destiny. So do destiny rituals or do ancestral rituals, do witches rituals. If it is a particular voodoo that is attacking you, or it is your ancestral voodoos that are attacking you, or are the ones that ignore your cry, they will tell you to do things too. The oracle will give you direction to do things to those voodoos. So the oracle by itself does not accept your offerings. What the oracle does is, when you come to it to ask it question, you will put a jar or some money down, and the oracle will now go behind you and tell you what is happening in your life and give you directions on what to do to get out of the challenges that you may be having, or if it is something you are trying to chase and you don't know how to get it, the oracle will tell you what to do. Take for instance, if you are having a husband or you're having a wife, and you and your wife are having challenges, and you don't know what is going on in your relationship or in your marriage, and you ask the oracle, I want to know what is happening in my marriage. There's no peace, or whatever is going on, whatever you say, the oracle will tell you, oh, it is because of this, it's because of that, it is because of that. That's why things are not going on well in your relationship. So, to be able to fix it, feed witches, or take a herbal bath, or feed your ancestors, or go and feed a voodoo, or do a ritual at a crossroad, or give food to Legba and tell Legba what your problems are, and Legba will solve it. So the oracle by itself is not accepting any offering. So be aware and don't confuse rituals that you may do to stop or to fix the situation you are having with the oracle. The oracles do not take anything from you. Apart from the money that you may take in doing the divination or reading, the oracle doesn't take anything from you. However, the oracle will direct you on what to do, and those are the things that you will do the rituals for. So, for instance, if they say Togbesipi, which is the ancestral stool, some people are calling it ancestral chair. I don't know why they call it ancestral chair. It's an ancestral stool. chair has 4 legs and is up. Ancestral stools are very small, just like a stool, not like it's not chair. So when it is an ancestral stool that you need to attend to, then it is your ancestral stool that you are going to make the offering to. And definitely if your ancestral stool is the one that is actually asking you to do a ritual for it through the reading, when you give the offering to the ancestral stool, your results will come. So it is it is not the oracle that takes your thing and then refuse to give you result. No, the oracle will give you the result on the spot and give you direction. That's the work of the oracle. But then you went on and said, and also how come some Bokors used to have spirit powers in their early years of spirituality and later lose them? I don't know why some Bokors may have a power in their early years and lose them later. But the possibility is that if you have some spiritual objects that you are practicing with, they have their rules, they have their taboos, the do's and the don'ts. If you continue breaking the rules without trying to fix them, it is very highly that the spirits will become quiet. Because if you are working with somebody and you and the person are friends, and each time you are doing things that your friend doesn't like, and your friend kept telling you that I don't like what you are doing, so if you want our friendship to continue, please then avoid doing this thing so that our friendship. But you feel that no, you are more important than your friend's request or rules and regulations, and you want to continue doing what you want to do. At the end of the day, your friend will just decide not to be your friend. That's how spirits will work and walk with human beings. So there is a possibility that a Bokor or a spiritualist may be very powerful at one time. Maybe at that time, he or she may be observing rules and regulations. But as they grow, or as the demands of societal demands become greater on that Bokor, he or she may not be able to observe all the rules and the regulations of the voodoo or the spirit or whatever he is working with. In that case, he or she must keep reminding the spirit is working with that, yes, I am doing this that you don't want me to do, but it is because of the constraints that are on me, that's why such things are happening. And then also asking the spirit of the voodoo, what can he do to cleanse himself from his bad deeds that may spoil their friendship. That's why sometimes going into a voodoo room, we do ablution, wash ourselves, because we don't know what we might have touched, whatever we might have eaten, or whatever before going to the voodoo. So when you do ablution with certain special herbs that are known to be cleanses, aura cleanses, when you do it, so whatever dirt is in your aura, before you are taken to the voodoo, you cleanse it out, so the voodoo is going to accept you as you are. So when someone has a spiritualism but has forgotten to do certain things, yes, there's a possibility that he or she may lose what he knew long time ago. Thank you very much, Mystic, for that question. We are learning from different places. And then Papa replying to Berima Kotikesi, Papa, greetings please. And then somebody is saying, no, Papa saw that on the internet, not a real encounter, not that person dressed like a boy by another person. Okay. Okay, I don't know what it is. I don't know, maybe if it's on the internet that somebody dressed somebody, then you must be careful of scammers. But there's so many people scamming people on the net, and I don't know how many times in the last 1 month people have been trying to clone my account and also to hack into my account. They continue hacking into my account since last October when they did it and we rescued my account from them. They've been trying daily, day in, day out, and even people posting my videos on TikTok. Is it TikTok? TikTok. People posting my videos on TikTok without really going through the proper way by acknowledging that, oh, this video is from African Magic Temple. They posted it in order to prove to other people that they too, they are spiritual, which is happening day in, day out. And I cannot see all. I can only see it when it is brought to my attention. So there are so many scammers out there on the internet, and each one is trying to do something to prove to other people that they have power. And all that they wanted to do is to find a way to take your money from you. So, be very careful on the internet. There are very good teachers there too. There are very good teachers on the internet as well, but there are also criminals posing and behaving as if they were spiritual people. Sometimes you can even see them from their overdressed appearance, with big turbans on their head, with big batakari covering the whole floor, to prove that they are big men or they are very respected people in community. Some taking pictures with very famous people and then putting it there to show you that if a spiritualist is real and it is powerful, his works will tell. It is not the stories that he is telling you that will be the real test of his spiritual might or knowledge. The work that he does for people is what will be telling. So you should be very careful, because I don't think somebody is dead on the bed and then they dress somebody and then the dead man on the bed is talking to the living man. What telephone is between them? What telephone is between them before he is talking to you? Said, am I not right?
You're right.
What telephone is between them?
There's no telephone.
And they say one is dressed like a chief, and then another one is dead on the bed, and then the one dressed like a chief is talking, the matter, and the dead person is talking in his head. It's very interesting. This world is full of crazy people, so we should be careful. And our sister Oluchi is laughing over and laughing. Thank you very much, big sister. When you talk about witches and all these people, we don't know them. We don't know them. You go to them, they'll tell you. Then we have Mary in Ndua again. Tombe, you just killed me. I have been meditating for years and I'm patiently waiting on Kundalini. And I'm just telling it as it is. No Kundalini is rising anywhere, it's a lie. I've been a full-fledged monk and I have not seen Kundalini moving even one single day. I have meditated sometimes 6 hours from 6 a.m. to 12 midday, straight on meditation, 6 hours without standing up, just in my folded position. I have not seen Kundalini. don't see any Kundalini. These are all the reasons why I left Hinduism with so many of its good things that I would rather be home. So it's only people who don't want to tell that they are not feeling anything. They keep deceiving themselves and deceiving other people, and they dress up in certain ways to prove that they are as if they are walking on air. Kundalini. So, Marilyn, I'm telling you, I teach from my personal experiences, not from what I heard people say. Kundalini Rising. You will be there for 30 years. Say, how many years has been waiting? Say, I've been meditating for years and I'm patiently waiting on Kundalini. It's not coming. It's not coming, you know. That's why it's just a scam. Another scam. Yeah. Big sister Oluchi is just laughing. All the things I'm saying is making people laugh. No, but it's true. No Kundalini. That's why it's just a talk. If you have been inside the soup, you will know that the bottom of the pot is very hot. Because that's where the fire is. So all the time, the people don't want to tell themselves the truth, so they will just keep doing. Nobody is seeing anything. Nobody is seeing anything. Practice African traditional spirituality for a year to 2 years and see whether you yourself will not be doing wonders for yourself, not for people. Maybe for your own self. You'll be doing wonderful things for yourself, because you will do things and results will come and you will be very happy that you yourself. I spent more than 10 plus years, from 1975. 1975 until 1987 until 1987, 89. I have been practicing yoga. I've been practicing Tantra yoga. We are dancing in the cemetery. We are dancing here. We are doing meditation in the midnight on top of graves in the cemetery. No Kundalini is waking up anywhere. Yes. I was vegetarian, not eat meat. Because you think that if you are eating meat, Kundalini will not rise. I don't eat meat, I don't eat egg, I don't eat onion, I don't eat garlic. Kundalini no rise. So what else can man do before Kundalini will rise? So then you come to realize that it's just a story that people preserve, and then they pass it on to other people to continue preserving that story. And nobody has ever even seen what do you call it? Nobody's seeing anything, and then that's what is being preserved, and people continue doing what they are doing. Yeah, because if they told you Kundalini will rise, so you do meditation. The day you die, if Kundalini will rise or it rise, you don't know, and you die. Your children know that. They say the father is always doing meditation and Kundalini will rise. They'll tell the story is told there. The storyline is there, So they will just continue on that storyline and tell people that when Kundalini rise and read the first chakra, this is what you experience. And when you read the second chakra, this is what you experience. When you get to the third chakra, this is what you... But all this thing, you are not experiencing anything. But then they'll tell you a story of somebody when this person was at this time, he was very powerful. He could put one hand and move the direction of the wind to another place. You can't do it. But you were doing the meditation. So these things are just stories. Sometimes, yeah. No, that's why I'm saying that experience is your best teacher. Don't let people tell you. Experience it yourself. When you do experience something, you can talk from it. You can confidently and tell people that I have experienced this, but this I did not experience, even though I had participated. That's why when you get a proper initiation into whichever tradition you have chosen to get initiated into, when you get proper initiation into that tradition and it is properly done by a proper teacher, you should begin to receive the promises that they promise you that if you practice this, you will get to this. But some of these haphazard things, and we Africans, we left our belief. People will go to the ocean and say they are praying to the ocean and giving drink to ancestral veneration, all kind of nonsense. Our ancestors died. They died in the sea. You go and pour the water inside the sea, it's not the one they want them to drink inside the sea. They were drowned. That's why they died in the sea. If you want to give them drink on the land so that their spirit can come from there and come and drink. Why go and pour the water and drink inside the sea? If you say you are giving the drink to the spirit of the sea, or spirit of the river, spirit of the ocean, that's a different thing. You pour drink on the ground. That's why we pour libation on the ground. We don't pour libation inside water. They see sometimes there's so much confusion in the world, and everybody comes with their own teachings and their own experiences. Sometimes people did not even experience the thing, but they will tell story because they heard it from somebody. Hearsay is just a story, but experience that you yourself you have gone through can never be compared to any hearsay. So that's why when you do certain kind of initiation or you pass through certain, you yourself you know that this one here you have seen it. But like this recent thing, I taught everybody with this Obubuyaya calabash. Is it not today when I said to my children that Obubuyaya or dwarfs or spirits in general, you can invoke them? I used to do that. You can invoke them and communicate with them. They will teach you things. And you take a notebook and write the things down while they are teaching you. And then I used to say I documented them, some of the experiences that I had. We documented them. Some were back in the 1990s, 80s. So when my children like Senna and all this thing were reading this, it sounds like a story. But I put date and time, and every time this time the spirit arrived, stay with us up to this time, and then the spirit said bye-bye and left. Now that they themselves start to practice it, and then they invoke and they saw the spirit came and was telling things, and you people were writing it down, and then now you put it into practice and you see that it is real. Then this is your personal experience that, oh, it's not like Papa had only said it, I had also experienced it. But this you can only learn from a person who had traveled that path. You cannot learn from a book by reading, but it's the person who had actually traveled the path before is the right person to tell you that when you are going, when you reach here, wait small. There will be some wind that will be blowing. It's very strong. If you are not very careful, it will carry you away. So wait. Then you wait. When the wind blows in it, then you go. So it is only someone who had traveled the path before who is the right person to teach you where he or she had been. So it is very true. This Kundalini thing is a big story. It has been there. Just like how people are saying that voodoo is talking, and voodoo is talking like human being. It's all scam. See, I tell you, it's all scam. No voodoo can talk like a human being. Voodoo will talks to your mind. You can understand everything, and if voodoo want to give you any image, it gives it to your mind, and it teaches you how to translate it into a voice for other people to understand what he is telling you. So let's take a say, Papa, today the laughter is too much. I saw your picture meditating with the Hindus. As for me, one thing came to mind. I just want to know, were they discriminatory like the West? Yes, today the laughter is too much. No, in my organization, yeah, of course, everywhere there is discrimination, but then we were able to live through that. Every ethnic group try to feel superior if you are learning from them. So that is natural, but then we went there to learn, so we agreed to learn. So we were not looking at the discriminatory aspect of it, but we were just learning what we could learn, that we will use it one day, which I am using today and telling all of you what my experience was. If I hadn't learned those days and those things, I wouldn't be talking about it today, and I wouldn't have any proof to say this is or this is not. So yes, everywhere there is discrimination, but I love I love Indians, and I look at India as a very great place because they were great men, they're great spiritualists. Today, majority of people are just living on the dreams and the stories of the old people. This was deleted. Oh, don't delete it. Okay. You might have put something. So I had been there. That's why I'm talking like how I am talking. Yes. So it's very true. You saw me. I was sitting down among the Hindus, the Chinese, and the people who were doing meditation. I've done meditation for many years. Sometimes you wake up and all your legs are locked. You can't stand up again. You just have to wait for a long time to let blood start to flow back into your Padmasa pose legs when you are sitting in asana pose, Padmasa. It's not easy. It's not easy. Many years back, when I was teaching yoga in Nigeria, I was teaching meditation and teaching yoga. I had all the Sunday Concord and all this thing covered me. Center page and all this thing about my exercise, yoga exercise and all this thing. But today here I am teaching voodoo. It is more closer to my heart than any other thing that I had learned. Because in voodoo I can understand everything in my own language, and I can test it, and if it works, I will prove it that it works, and when you come to me, I can prove it to you that it works, and because I have control over it within my own culture, I don't need to go and be asking. So experience is always the best teacher. And then we have a big sister Oluchi also laughing, but it's truth. That is why I am laughing, because I did that also. See, I did that. All I got was my ass itching me, so I have to quit because I didn't see any proof, Papa. No, me. It's like, people, they will say it before, because you have a lot of time people have created this image that, oh, I am now practicing this and I am pure. But after years, it's like this is your ass is itching you, you sit down. Nothing, no Kundalini is going anywhere. That thing is I won't call it scam, but it's a story. Nobody has ever told me that, oh, my Kundalini move. Because we were told according to each chakra, because each chakra has a vibration that you will be initiated into. I was initiated into the 6th lesson. In my organization where I was a monk, there are 7th lessons, that's the top. But because I was already tired with, they will tell you, oh, don't worry, when you get 2nd lesson, it will work. You go to the 3rd lesson, it will work. Nothing is working. And so when I got to the 6th lesson, so the 7th lesson, when you get there, although I left the thing. Don't want to worry myself. So a lot of people will just carry that image of saying that, oh, we are living peacefully and all this. This is it is not true. You will not get it. If you come to Africa, go catch the snake in the bush, at least you will see it running and moving around. You know how it moves. It's not the inside Kundalini or this. So Bolaji, your question has generated a lot of laughter. So Abraxas initiation is not similar to Kundalini, because Abraxas initiation is a reality. It's something that you can experience yourself. You can experience it yourself on the spot. Yes, on the spot you can feel. And then if you don't get the whole vibration that very moment, as you continue practicing, within a short time you begin to see that the vibration is coming. The moment you call on the names of the deities and the divinities, you see how they will come. Some will come in a very different form. Some will be shaking your head. Some will shake your legs. Some will be. Each one has its movement and all this in back. It is until you have been initiated into the Abraxas, which is the universal consciousness of the Christ consciousness. Then that door is open to the psychic plane or to the spiritual realm for you. And then even your own voodoos that you have with you, or the spirits that you have, or the orishas that you have with you, will begin to communicate with you. Now you can now deal with them, and you can find it at ease dealing with what you have, than just having dreams and stories and illusions. Big sister Oluchi kept laughing. The truth we are talking. But people are scared of saying that the thing is not working. People don't want to say it, so they just swallow the bitter pill, and then you go to church, you take communion. Whether the communion is bitter or is not bitter, you close your mouth quietly and walk away, and then let another man come and take their own. Everybody come and take their own problem and go. My old man told me a story that some thieves, they went to steal something somewhere one day. So it's like they will put their hand inside and take something. So the owner of it was at night. So the owner of the property, whatever it is, I cannot remember, but something they will steal. They will put their hand through something and then steal the thing. So the owner also get card last. Was waiting. So the first person put his head, I got my own. Then quietly he went away, not knowing they cut his hand. Then the other people also heard it, so they put their hands, I got my own. Then they quietly. So it's like that. Sometimes people just keep quiet and carry their pain and this frustration and disappointments, and they keep going, and then the young people think that, this man was a very powerful person because he was in a Hindu group. It's all lie. It's all lie. It doesn't work. Then you think that if those things are working, who should it work more for? It should work more for India, because it's their culture, it is their language, it is their everything. So it should work for Indians more than those of us coming outside from other cultures before coming. right? Like, even here in Ghana, I am attending to the Indians and taking care of their businesses and all this with voodoo. And sometimes Indians are coming here to do reading to find out what to do. Sometimes I'm here, I can connect with their ancestral voodoo back in India and get information through the mirror, and then I tell them what to do, and when they do it, pop, they get results. So these things are like that. Let's just live and let we as Africans and people who are connected to Africa or whoever want to learn from the African, because the African way of approaching the divine is more direct. Like what Baba Wakiri was saying, you see, that for that reason they have to demonize our own to say that it is it's not good. Because the African way, we have images, and these images, we empower them, we infuse them with herbal combinations that made that image become a receptacle to receive energy of some deity or some spirit from outer space. So when we go to that image, the moment we start communicating with it is by pouring drink on top and calling certain things. It is connected. And it is real. You can see the image and you keep checking on the head of the image. Tomorrow you go the thing you ask, it happened for you. So because the blood that you are pouring on the image has certain herbal combinations which has created energy, has created an energy. And then through that energy, the life force of the animal you kill, once the animal is dying, that energy picks that life force and use it to do the work that you send that spirit to do. So at the end of the day, you have got a direct connection to the spirit world through that life force in the animal. So it goes straight. When a person dies or when an animal dies, the body dies, but the spirit is alive. So that goes with that voodoo issue or legba or whatever, so or whatever. Then it connects to that hearer of your prayer, the energy in the spiritual realm, which you have mimically represented here, begin to hear you, because you have now got a direct connection with the blood of the animal you're sacrificing, takes that message straight to the place. So the African way is real, is fast, and it is authentic. And that's why when the European could not understand it, he said, no, anybody who can do this, the person must be a devil. It's only devil who can do things for you quickly. But they forgot that we, the Africans, we have the key. We can open those doors that God has closed. We can open it because we've got the keys. This is the difference. And today, when you see anybody in my shrine who comes, oh, please can you do, somebody is my enemy, I want you to kill that person for me, or I want the person to, I want to revenge what they did to me. I want you to send back to the sender, all kind of things. You know which people ask this question? Christians. It's only Christians who come to your shrine because they think that what you are doing, you are close to the devil. And the devil can do things very quick, which God cannot do. That's why after praying in the church and all contribution and donation and everything, they are not seeing result. So they come to you, the devil, now. Because you are faster than God. Because No, because people in the church, they usually tell them that for Satan, it does its work very fast. Only God will take time. Why God, who is the most powerful, should be the one who would rather be late?
It's a problem somewhere.
Are you people getting my point?
Oh, yes.
The God who is the creator of the universe, which is God Jehovah or God Jesus or God who, they are very fast. They created the world. Why should they pray to them and you are not getting result? And then you pray to Satan and you get the result quick. I mean, it is just mental slavery, trying to calm your mind that don't go to where you get results. Come here. God will one day will answer you when you are going to heaven. He will let you place, he will give you a place to sleep very quietly. You will not work again. You will not, only you will be eating honey and drinking milk. I always say milk is in supermarket. If that's why I'm going to go to heaven, let me buy it. Let me buy milk here. I know where the bees are. I can take honey. Right? At least if I cannot take, I can buy from Nima market. So why do you go to heaven just because you want to go and drink honey and milk? Instead of working out your own salvation, you're just dreaming that one day somebody will come and take you. So Christians are the only people who come and want to attack, want people to be killed for them. You will not hear any voodoo person who will come and say, oh, I want to destroy this person. But Christians who come to this shrine or to any other shrine, can you do this for me? Can you kill this person for me? Can you do this for me? Some people may even say that, oh, my wife has left me, so I want to destroy her. Are you the father? Are you the father? Your wife left you, so you want to destroy her. Are you her father? Somebody's daughter. Just because you have misunderstanding and she's gone from you, were you the one who looked after her until she grew before you married her? You forgot that somebody looked after her and she got to a certain age before you met her. And then somewhere along the way, the two of you fell out. So you want to destroy her. So the Christians who ask this kind of questions, they are the only people who will come and ask you. So when you tell them, no, the devil is not here. We don't see devil before. So then they are surprised. So they say, this man is very powerful. This man is very powerful. So if you are powerful, so your work is to be doing bad things. Okay, that's, so that does that mean that if they say you are powerful means you are a bad person, you should be doing bad things, killing people, destroying people's life, then you are a very powerful person. It's only Christians who think like that. Okay, let me read the big sister Oluchi said. Big sister Oluchi was still laughing, and then this is really truth, Papa. They say to them, congregational not to go to juju, but at night the pastor go to juju peace. And yes, of course, they are coming every day. Pastors will ask you, hey, you are powerful. They want to only get something they can use to destroy people. Yeah. Thank you all. I think we have gone almost 4 hours into our decision. Okay, we don't have any decision on Facebook. We don't have on YouTube. We don't have on Facebook, and definitely the Zoom is not is working, but nobody is using it. People, let me know how you want to use the Zoom, because the point is that we want people who want to talk to me one-on-one, or we all can also converge on the screen, and then each person will talk and another person will talk, and that's what we are expecting. And then I also will want to see your faces when you join the Zoom. Then I can also see your faces and I can talk with you one-on-one. So people on Clubhouse, is there anything today? Anything there now? Or if there's nothing there, okay.
Well, Papa, I was just asking, how can the link for the Zoom, the information for the Zoom be shared.
Okay, then I think Lamin will have to share it on the clubhouse so that you guys can all get to it. Yes, they were sharing it on Facebook, but they haven't put it on clubhouse. So I will let them do it now. If it can be shared now, is it possible to share it now? Or but somebody was saying the other day that the clubhouse will got angry. If they should share a Zoom link, will they get angry?
No, not necessarily. It was Facebook that if you put the whole description about that, and that was
Very technical. So how did you make before it is there?
No, this we made it on our own, and then we just put it there and said that you can also go on Zoom and what do you call it?
Okay, so anyway, try to find a way to put that information on the clubhouse. I think somebody Nunya Adudu Asimetune sent a message on the clubhouse, but I did not read it. There's a message on clubhouse from Nunya Adudu Asimetune. Is there a message there? Because I saw a flash on my, or will it come to only me?
It will come to you, you can see it. Click on the arrow on the three. The arrow.
This one?
No, the last one, the one on the bottom right. There's an arrow on top of the mic. Yes. The arrow. There's no chat there.
It's a back channel.
Swipe left. No, the other way. Okay, you come and do it.
It's not there. Okay, we'll check it later because I saw a message came. So why should it come to me, not to you?
No, it comes.
Oh, there's no message. I saw something flash. That's why. Maybe there's no. They say unable to load messages. Okay, maybe there's some. But anyway, try to put the Zoom link so that we can keep it. People can keep it. So next week when we are on, people can be on Zoom as well, and we can all talk face to face. Yeah, that will be fine. So Baba Wakili, they will be loading the Zoom link onto the clubhouse.
Okay, excellent. And I will go to Facebook as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, good evening. I have a question.
Yeah, Nuku, how are you?
Yeah. I'm good, Papa. I'm very good.
I heard that you came this morning to take the sales this in. So you must come again this evening if you have the time so that we do the final this and then you can now walk your essay to the shrine. Okay?
Okay, I'll come. I'll come after the live.
Okay, thank you. Yes, go ahead with your question.
Okay, I have a question. I think earlier in the class, we were talking about the power of the mind and
Yes.
How the mind and the imagination help a lot in
Creating.
new practice. I wanted to know, are there specific things you can do to increase the power of the mind, or things that must avoid doing to increase the power of the mind? Thank you.
Okay, there are no very specific things that you can be doing as far as my knowledge is concerned. But what, as I said, you pray to your ancestors and your voodoos, and also there is this black powders, which we call the memory enhancement or retentive memory black powders. Some can be vaccinated on your head so that you can remember everything that you learn. These are usually given to people who are actually initiated, not just to anybody. So that is important, and that can strengthen your retentive ability, thereby strengthening your mind and your consciousness, because you can remember even your dreams and other things you can easily remember. But people also have other methods which I don't have. Some could also be from a herbal bath. If you there are certain herbal baths that you bath, and the affirmations that you will make during the mashing of the herbs. When you bath them, things will begin to become clearer, and you'll be able to have a strong mind. So yes, there are things that you can do to create a very strong mind and consciousness, so that your imaginative cognitive power can be strong.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. The monitor, the TV monitor is going to close down soon. Okay. Is it because it's been idle for a while?
Yes.
Okay. So I think were you able to load this into this? Okay. So let's we have about 19 minutes. 9. Okay. We are now 3:49. 3 hours 49. So we have about 10 minutes to 4 hours. So if you can load it and anybody can use it, let's just try it out, and then we can close the section. If anyone can get it onto get onto it on Facebook also, yes, that's also fine.
Hello, this is Samuel. Are you waiting for a question on Clubhouse?
Yes, you can bring a question from Clubhouse. I am waiting.
Okay. My first question would be, a lot of people talk about climate change, and I wanted to know, is it more difficult for you to gain access to herbs as time goes on? That's my first question.
Okay, yes, of course, climate change is affecting so many things, because like the time my teacher was making the mirror for me, we had certain herbs that were very easy to get around the house. You don't need to travel far away to get to them. But these days, some of these herbs don't exist anymore. We can't even find them. And not only the climate change alone, but also a lot of chemicals that are being used in spraying agricultural products. In the olden days, our people used to weed with hoes and cutlasses, machetes in the forest to be able to, clean and then weed the weeds from their crop. But these days there is a machine or chemical that you have to spray, so you don't need to weed. The weeds will die. So when the weeds are dying, so are herbs as well. Some very important herbs. They are very smallish in nature. They don't really can withstand anything. So when they spray, then they don't grow again. The soil changes. Is this thing, so only certain things can grow, especially when these GMO things are coming in. Our local plants, herbs are getting difficult to come back. Sometimes I have to drive about 300 to 400 kilometers just looking for a herb.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, so
there's a question on Zoom.
okay, when this GMO things are coming in, what's the question there?
Please hold on.
Okay. So how do we do it so that it will not be too noisy?
Well, we are doing it now.
Okay.
Okay. So you can talk.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks.
Is it Samuel that wanted to talk?
Yes, it's a Samuel start, yes.
Okay, so
It's a question on.
now we're talking about somebody on
It seems someone is online tonight.
Somebody is what?
Please hold on while we try to resolve that issue. Seems someone is online somewhere.
In the house.
As in over here.
Somebody's online.
Okay, see love, please kindly lower your volume so that the echo doesn't come, because when you try and speak, it comes inside.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
you can
it's a
hear.
Samuel start, yes.
I don't think so. It's a question on. Now we're talking about somebody
Sila, please, if you can mute your video.
Somebody is what? They mute the video?
No, she's supposed to mute the video.
In the house. The sound or the video?
The sound, sorry, the sound. She's supposed to mute the sound.
Sila, please kindly.
All our videos here are muted. There's no video playing over here. It's from here.
Samuel, I will come back to you, okay?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I think there is going to be a challenge on the Zoom too.
She's playing she's listening to you. So when she turns on her microphone, it plays the audio also into the microphone.
Okay. Okay, Samuel, then go ahead for now while we are still trying the Zoom. Go ahead if you have any more questions to ask me.
This is Samuel. Again, I have another question.
Yes.
I think I read on Facebook, and I hope I did spell his name right. Voncujovi.
Yes.
I think on Facebook it said he was here before the bad spirit came.
Yes.
Can you explain a little bit about that if you can?
Okay, Voncujovi is one of our Patreon spirits at the shrine of African Magic Temple. And in its incantation, it says that he, as Jokpata, had been here long before bad spirits or negative spirits arrive on the earth. So that's one of its incantation. That means when I am with you and I'm protecting you, these negative spirits that have come after me, I am older than them and I am more like their master than they being my master. So when I am with you, you should relax and don't have a problem. That's what part of the incantation is. Okay. I think we can see some people there.
Thank you, that makes sense. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Zeal. So that's one of these incantations that means when I am with you and I'm protecting you, these negative spirits that have come after me, I am older than them and I am more like their master than they being my master. So when I am with you, you should relax and don't have a problem.
That's only one part of the incantation is. I think we can see some one part of it. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Still. So that's
Yes, how are you?
It's hard to understand you. I think you said hello to me and then some more things. Can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly.
Yeah, there's a echo. Like the sound sounds like it's echoing in the background, so it's kind of hard to hear you.
Okay, because that's the echo. That's the echo we are trying to work on. We don't know whether it's coming from you or coming from us.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Bokor.
Yes, hello.
I'm driving right now, so that's why I put my video off. But I just wanted to check to see if it worked. I like the Zoom format. I would prefer the Zoom format.
I can see you. I can see you very well. So.
Well, my question is about laughter. I'm working on some artwork for someone, for a company, a theater company. And the playwright wrote a play about joy and laughter. And I put a shoe in and a gungun to kind of represent ancestor spirits. And I just wanted to hear you talk about that a little bit more and their relationship to joy and being tricksters.
Okay. According to people that a shoe or legba, as we call it in Ewe Voodoo, we call it legba more than calling it a shoe. Of course, it's the same thing, but then in Ewe Voodoo, we call it more legba. They say legba is a trickster, but then to bring that one into laughter and joy. There are so many stories where legba had to do tricks to make people laugh in order to gain favor or to help people in difficult situations. So there was a story of legba and dog. A dog and legba. There is a market that Baba Legba usually goes to buy his items, and when he comes back, the dog always asks him, "Oh, I also want to follow you to that market." So the legba or a shoe told dog that market, when you go there, you don't have to talk. You have to keep quiet. But I know that you like talking very much, so I cannot take you to that market. But then the dog is saying, no, when I go there, I will keep quiet. I will not talk. So Baba Legba decided to go with dog to the market. But then in that market, people get so many eyes because it's the market of the witches. Some people have 3 eyes, 4 eyes, 5 eyes, 10 eyes around their head. That's why Baba Legba was telling a dog that I don't want to take you. It's a market that whatever you see, you just keep it to yourself. So when they got into the market, the dog saw somebody with 3 eyes. He said, well, then Legba told him, keep quiet. I told you don't talk here. So they were going there, he saw another person with 7 eyes and he started turning around, want to say something. By the time the dog saw a person with 10 eyes, he couldn't control himself. Then he started, whoa, 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 whoa. Then he was going backwards, and then not knowing somebody was selling palm oil. And before they knew, he pushed the palm oil all down in the market, and the dog has to be arrested. and they locked the dog in a jail. Now Baba Legba is the one who took the dog to the market. So he must find a way to take him back home. Otherwise, people will say, you went with your friend, and where is your friend? So in the story, Baba Legba had to start doing tricks in the market and entertaining people and making people to laugh and all this. So they took him to the chief of the village, that there's this man in our market is making everybody laugh. So it's like a magician. So he's just doing things and making people laugh. So they took him to the palace. So when they got there, he demonstrated tricks and magic and all this thing, and people were very happy. And then the chief of the village was also happy. And then the chief asked Baba Legba, what should I give you for your reward for entertaining us? Then Baba Legba said, oh, you see that thing inside the cage there? That is the one that I wanted to give me. So that one is a problem maker. If that's all that you want, take it. We don't need him because he's a troublemaker in our village here. He came here and he's just disturbing people. So take him. So Baba Legba was given the dog, and then he went back home with the dog, because he did not tell the people that he came to the market with the dog. Otherwise, he himself would have been in trouble. So he only asked that, oh, that gentleman inside that cage, that is what I will take as a reward. He said, oh, that one is a very bad one. We want to give you something else. He said, no, I just want that one. So Legba, as it is in the mythological stories, is someone who will always find a way to create something that will amuse people and make people happy. So, and then of course on this physical plane here, when we have challenges, we take all the ritual and give to Legba, so that Legba takes the ritual or the problem of the person and send it into the spiritual sphere for them to see and solve. Because the Legba or Eshu is the communicator between the human beings and the gods. So it's the one that we give everything to take to the spiritual world, and through it we receive answers. So that is what I know about Eshu or Legba. Yeah.
Okay, I have another question that just evolved because in my time in Haiti, they have Legba too, Papa Legba, and I think that I'm not 100% certain. I'm not Haitian or anything, but I think that to get how does this work? I think to get the attention of Legba, to get Legba to work for you, you have to create something beautiful, and then Legba will open up the communication to the rest of the Loas, the rest of the voodoos.
Okay, I see. The Haitian voodoo is also a mixture of so many other ethnic groups from Africa who finally ended up in Haiti. So there is the Ebe pure. So when you say that, they say before you do something to Legba, you have to make something and then Legba will open the door. Yes, that may be very, very, very true. But the way we do work with Legba in Africa, or especially in Ebe Voodoo, the Legba has to be mounted for you as a voodoo on its own, with herbs and other things that goes into it, and so many other secret things that go into the Legba. So the Legba becomes active like a human being. So when you go to the Legba and you do the rituals that Afar requested, that you should do it and send it to Legba, moment you send it there, the answer must come. Unlike people who buy dolls and other things or images, say it's Baba Legba just because it's made in the form of Legba and put down and call it Legba. Whether the herbs that go into Legba to make Legba a real active agent of the spirit world is in those Legbas, or just the name Legba, I don't know. Just by calling something Legba, if the herbs that goes into Legba to create Legba are not in it, it is not Legba. It's just a name.
So I've seen like the mounds on the ground that have like a cowrie shell face.
Yes.
Is that Legba?
That's Legba. Yes, that is Legba in Ebe Voodoo. And that Legba, it's the real Legba is inside the ground, it's underground. Only that is a mount on top. The real thing is deep in the ground. The one you see on the top is only clay and just soil added to it just to give it a form. So if the Legba, which is the bottom, is not there, that clay thing doesn't have any power.
Okay. And so do you have is there any tradition where you have to do something beautiful, like sing or dance or do something beautiful to get the attention of the spirits?
No, we don't do that very much, dancing to get attention of spirits. If it is a festival and people are playing drums and the spirit mount other people, then the person can behave like either behave like a Baba Legba or Sapata or any of the voodoos of that shrine, and but then just to dress well and be dancing and then Legba will get attention. Those are just mysteries. It's not. They are all stories. They are just stories. In real spirituality, in every voodoo, there is nothing like that. You go and dance to Legba and you open door for you. It's a lie. I must be very frank and sincere. It's a lie. It is rituals that you have to do to get the attention of Legba. And the rituals can only be done when you do a reading and the Afa gives you the direction.
And then Egungun, is that only something that's Nigerian specifically, or?
Egungun is Nigerian, which is a masquerade. Egungun is in Nigeria, is masquerade. The kind of masquerade that they have in Nigeria is what is called Egungun. The type that the Ebes have, especially in the southern part of Ebe land and Benin, is the one they call Zangbeto. So
one where the
one that is
around?
The Zangbeto, yes. That is the one that is spinning around. That's the Ebe and the Fon type. The Nigerian type is like a man wearing some tall thing and goes up and comes down and all these things. So it's the same thing. They are all masquerades.
And the Zangbeto represents the ancestors.
That's what the people say. That's what people say. But you know, for me, most of these things I don't really look at them because I am a professional illusionist. And I have performed illusions around the world. And there are certain things that I see in our Ebe voodoo or even in Orisha practice. I just look at them as illusions that have been made in order to control society.
Okay.
So because the Zangbeto, as in Ebe voodoo and Fon voodoo, many times there were incidents where human beings see people, you see the person fall down from the they see human being when they are walking. If they made a mistake and fall down, people see a human being in. But when they open it, you won't see, because they probably did it the way that, like an illusion. So today, these days, when you look at Zangbeto, it's not like the olden days where the whole thing is just made round. You see that now they want to open to show everybody that there's nobody inside, and then it will close. What for? Spirits don't need to tell you whether they are here or they are not there. If they are there, you will know. Spirits do not need to prove to you that they are spirits. If they are there, you yourself, you will know. Spirit does not need to prove to human being that, look at me, I don't have anything inside me. No. Spirit is not like that. Real spirit, when it is there, you yourself, you will know. It does not need to prove anything to you. So what are they trying to prove to people? That no, there's no human being in it, and then later when it covers, and then they shake it, then it started turning around. These are all illusions. But these have been inculcated into our traditional voodoo somewhere along the way. That's why I teach the kind of voodoo that my father taught me. Doesn't have anything to do with any trick or any magic. It is dealing with nature and knowing the power of nature and having patience to see nature work. Baba Wakili.
It is good to have this Zoom. It is good to meet you.
Okay. So, thank you, Baba Wakili. Yes, thank you very much.
Your mic is muted.
Yes. So, you see that Zangbeto, Gugu, they are an old cult of elders where our secrets are kind of preserved. So there are certain things they need to do to prove to people that these spirits are real. So I believe strongly those were the purposes for this, because ancestors do not come in the form of a human being and enter into any cloth and start behaving that I am an ancestor. Or go and add some raffia or some touch around him and say we are ancestors. No. No spirit can walk physically. No spirit, whatever spirit, can walk physically. Spirits can only mount human beings and act through human beings. The spirit just waking up and start walking around? No, spirits are not humans. They don't need to walk. They can be anywhere at any time. So open your minds. Spirit doesn't need to prove to human beings that I am a spirit. If spirit comes to you and it is real, you will say it. You don't need any proof. Spirit does not have anything to force itself to prove to you that I am a spirit. Look at me how I am turning around. Spirit don't need that. But since it's a cult of people who have to do things to prove to our people that there is spirit, I'm not against them. They can do whatever they are doing to tell people that spirit exists. That's fine. I am teaching my things from my personal experiences through my life, and I am channeling a different course of our voodoo tradition, in the sense that I am just teaching it as pure as it is. Voodoo works. You don't need to be proven to people through demonstrating of anything to tell them that voodoo works. When it is time for voodoo to work, everybody around will see it working. Take, for instance, what we are calling Togbe Ablako. there's a sack, which is a voodoo. And this sack, we use it for healing. We use it for many things. This sack, when rain is about to fall, when you put the sack down and you mention certain names into the sky, the rain cannot fall. That one is not, you are not trying to prove anything to anybody by opening any box or getting any cloth to cover yourself. Everybody sitting down will see it, that the rain is coming from nature. How can you tell it to stop there and it will stop and without falling? Everybody will see it. So knowing the right keys and the right things is what voodoo is supposed to be. It is not to prove to you that some spirit can be turning around and then they call him ancestor. Ancestor from where? If our ancestors could come into our houses and be walking around like human beings, they don't need to wear any cloth over their face.
What is the most iconic symbol for ancestors in Ewe Voodoo?
In every voodoo, we don't create anything. The Tobizipi or the ancestral stool is the only connection to the ancestors in every voodoo. The ancestral stool is the only connection that people go there to pray to the ancestors, and that's it. And that ancestral stool is very small, like this. Not even one person, even one of your ass cannot even sit on it. But then that is what represents the ancestors. And it is true that we connect to the ancestors and it works for us. So that stool cannot start and come out and start dancing in front of people. The moment that one starts happening, then it's called magic. But maybe one day somebody will make the stool to be dancing. I don't know, but since when our fathers were alive, there was nothing like that. But that doesn't mean that the stool is not powerful or the ancestors are not powerful. The ancestors are very powerful if you know how to contact and get their attention. The ancestors are very, very powerful. She said something, but nobody is here. Zero was saying something.
Their mics are muted.
You muted or they muted?
They muted it.
Okay. So maybe, your mics are muted, so I cannot hear you what you say.
I was gonna ask. Yeah. I know in Orisha practice, before you become Babalawo, when you were just an Orisha priest, we have 16 karis. They call it Iridiligun or Iridiligun. In event voodoo, is there anything like the 16 karis?
No, we don't have the Dilogun. Can you hear me? Open my mic, please.
So mic is open.
Okay. In every voodoo, we don't have the Dilogun as in Yoruba Orisha practice, where they have the Mary Dilogun as a 16 cowrie shell, which is kind of a Ifa, but it does not use the divination chain. Okay, but then the Aves also have cowrie readings, where either it is 4 cowries, 7 cowries, 8 cowries, and maybe some people may even practice 16 cowries. But then I have people from the northern part of Ghana and especially from the Burkina Faso who are of Muslim nature, or they belong to the Islamic religion, but they do our tradition. Okay, and then I had a friend who came from Burkina Faso who visited me. He has so many cowries. I don't know how many. Plenty. And he's in a bag. And then when after he's praying and everything, he just throw them and then he start talking. Once he throws them, he look inside and then he will start telling you your stories or whatever is happening in your life. He will just tell you. So for them, it is also that's what they have studied in their own part. So that's why they know how to do that. So the Mary Dilogu, as in Yoruba, Orisha practice and Ifa are mostly in Yoruba, but other cultures, other ethnic groups also have cowrie readings in West Africa. Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, yes. I seen it interesting that he had 4 in one hand and was casting 4 in the left hand. And it's almost, it seems, it evens out like the Okwele. You will get the right leg and you will get the left leg as well. What do they call that? Would they still call that an obi, or what divination would that be?
Are you talking about the cowries? Are you talking about the cowries or the kola nut?
Oh, the cowrie.
The cowries. No, they don't give it any name because some people who do not have the divination chain, they used to carry 4 cowries in this hand and 4 cowries, and then they throw this, and as it falls, they line it up, and then when they throw this, as it falls, they line it up, so that they can instead of the divination chain, they are doing it with the cowries. So it's not any different. Said, I am not hearing Baba Wakiri.
So you are speaking, he's listening to you.
Okay. So that is it. So that's why people have that one. But it is mostly people who are connected to Ifa or Afa. They are doing this one. In our traditional Ewe setting, where we call Central Northern Eves, we don't have Afa. We don't use Afa. But we also have Voodoo, but we don't call it Voodoo, we call it Bokor. And for us, we only use 7 cowries, 4 cowries, that's it. We can find, because our side of this, we are more susceptible to clairvoyance and clairaudience than mathematicals reading through Ifa.
Is talking to you at the same time.
Right. So when you throw it like this, the spirit will tell you what is happening.
Obi divination with 4 cowries.
Yes.
Before I reached to the level of learning and beginning to learn and let the Mary Dilly speak to me, my Obi divination with the cowrie shells have always been speaking. The cowries, I see the formation, I know what the meaning may be, but at the same time, the spirit is speaking through at that time what it is that the clients may need that match up with the figurations. Is it a difference between, in Efbed Voodoo, do they use the brown cowrie shells?
Okay, I'll talk.
Yes.
We have two types of cowries in every voodoo, or the one that I learned. Let me come. Okay, get a camera so that this thing can be very clear. I'm going to bring. Okay. Yes. Good.
We are going to another section.
We're going to stop it then.
Into another
Okay, first let me do this. So, Baba Wakiri, you can look at these cowries. Or should I bring it back? Okay. You see, we have this one, which is very, you see that it is in a very different shape. This is the back, and this is its front. You can see the shape. Okay, then we have this type, which is totally round. Okay, I'm going to put it also on medicine. Okay, let me use this small one to represent the other one. So we have these two types of cowries. It has gone.
the session, so we are having another one.
Okay, so it will come again. Okay, I think this also is going to help. If we master it, it will be helping. So like teaching like this, one-on-one, people can see who has a Zoom, you can teach and then you can explain, then it is more pictorial. Yes,
Live.
yes.
I can't seem to find it. I wanted to join soon just to test mine, but I can't seem to find it.
And then let
It's on Clubhouse.
Said
Check
help.
Clubhouse.
Some Clubhouse.
You can check it from Clubhouse.
The link is on Clubhouse.
Then we will have to pay, so we have a, or even if you pay, it will be cutting like that. So we should pay. If it is becoming very useful.
But the Clubhouse link, you can't, when you click it, it doesn't go automatically. Can't even copy it.
But you can get it on Facebook too.
I've tried Facebook, but let me keep trying.
Is everybody on Clubhouse also listening to my teaching?
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay, thank you. I'm showing Baba Wakiri the type of cowries we have. We have two types of cowries. One is called Joboku, which in the olden days was used as a cowrie, money. That is very smooth, round. And these ones are initiated cowries, that's why they have blood on them. So this is the Joboku, it's very round at the top, and this one is one type of cowries that are used in doing divination. But there is this other one, which is like a tooth. Yes, it's hard. It doesn't break easily. See, it's
Sorry, Papa. I was trying to. I don't know what happened. I think
the link went out. We are trying.
kicked me out.
Yeah, but no, it is. They came back again. We've got the section ended. We have to restart the Zoom. Yeah.
Okay.
But it's now on again. We're going to get it done, so we will have it through. It won't be cutting. We are trying it out to see if we can get it working. Then we will buy the paid version, and then it will be permanent and it will be easier.
You see, when you click on the link, it says the host has another meeting in progress.
They're calling you.
When you click the link, this is the message you get. It's not the same link. It is. I'll tell you, there's no group. It is the same link.
Okay, those who can come back onto the Zoom can see what I'm trying to explain.
Okay, yes, right now I logged in. It says the host has another meeting in progress.
Okay, that's what it's saying to everybody. But now I think Zil is connecting. I think Dr. Henry Hansen or someone also is connecting. Okay, okay. Echo, you are on?
Yes, I'm on now.
Okay, yeah, it's very good. This is going to help us a lot. And this also will help in the future when I teach about spirit seals and when it comes to dwarfs and other things, what to do to get them working for you.
So people can then see them.
Yes. Okay, so the cowries actually, Baba Wakiri, there are two types. One is a round, another one is like a flat one, and it actually. I use those ones in the mirror. Though I use we call them Yovotri, means it's a foreign one. It is not local. The local cowries is a foreign cowrie. So those are the ones that some people use in divination. But then the common one is the normal cowrie, where we throw 4 shells, 7 shells, and then of course you are hearing at the same time, and you can sometimes even see flashes in your brain or in your mind that it is this, it is that. So it makes it more easy. So from the central northern areas, that's what we do. We don't have fat in our area, so we just depend on our ancestral stools, our rivers, and our deities. And that's how we work voodoo in our area.
Okay, yes. I was trying to show you this brown carbon shell to see if you noticed it.
You mean the very big ones?
Well, not the very big one. They have small ones as well.
Okay. I know the big ones.
Zoom is not letting me back on. It just keeps saying another meeting. I don't know if you have to send out the new link.
Oh no, we have.
Yeah, I just sent it to him personally. I sent it to him personally.
He said they have sent it to you personally, so you can click it.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I'll give you the passcode.
Passcode is what?
I also sent it to him.
Okay. This thing is difficult when you are going to be listening. I think Zil is also still there, so
Zil is here.
yeah. So we can maybe she has some more question to ask, and then when Baba Wakiri comes back on the scene.
Somebody else is joining as well. Wakiri.
I'm not 100% certain, but I think that there is a way for you to set the Zoom so that the link is the same every week, or you could use the meeting ID number, and then the person puts the meeting ID number in each week, so it's the same.
Yes, we are just trying it out. We're just trying it out today, so we will connect, and then the ID will be same, so everybody can connect easily.
I think there is a limit on how much time for the free version, but I don't know what it is. I think it's 3 or 4 hours or something like that, or an hour. I don't know.
We're going to. I'm going to do the paid version so that we can all have it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to do the paid version.
I don't think I have any more questions right now. I'm just happy to be here and listen to whatever everyone else has to say.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. So, Baba Wakiri, yes. Yeah,
The current.
It's not very common. The small ones are not very common in Ghana, but I've seen the big ones. I have the bigger ones. Yeah, I have the bigger ones, but the small ones are not very common.
Meanings that you know of this, because it's a different texture, it's a different hardness, everything. You know, I have heard that the purple ones, the ones that are purple, that they mean times 10 or whatever. I'm trying to see, is there any significant meanings for these, or even in the big form?
No, I don't think there's any significant meaning to them. They are just cowries. Cowries are cowries. If it can talk to you, that's all that it does. That's what it's work. But maybe in the olden days when they were regarded as a currency for exchange of goods, probably the different colors may vary in value than others, than the most common ones. But otherwise, if it comes into spirituality, I don't think there is any difference in cowrie or shell reading. It is just the same. Because as I said before, the cowrie shells, for them to be able to talk to you and really work for you, you need to empower them with herbs that we call talking herbs, herbs that can communicate with you. So when those herbs are embedded in the hole of the cowrie, or the stomach of the cowrie, then there is a ritual to do where the animal will be killed on them. Then it becomes a voodoo. The shells become a voodoo. They are no more just ordinary shell. So when you ask them questions and you throw them, they begin to communicate with you. Unlike people just buying any shell and just throwing in and trying, you can do that also. But if you want to get it professionally so that you use it as a communication tool or divination tool, then it must be Christian. The cowries must be Christian in such a way to do the work you want it to do for you.
I can definitely understand that. Even tools, you know, one of my girlfriends said that the beads, the shells, all of that stuff is just normal and jewelry if it's not consecrated.
Right.
So, you know, yes, a lot of people do go and get stuff and use. And intuitively, sometimes those things may work for you for a short period of time or just in that situation. But I think that this probably has more to do with yourself than the actual tool itself.
That's very true. That's very true. Because you see, just like we were talking about the Baba Legba, there is so many people buying Legba from botanicals and other places. But whether those Legbas that you are buying from botanica and other places are real Legbas or just bearing the name Legba. Legba is not just the name. There must be things that make Legba active. So if those things are not in that, and you just take any image and paint it in the form of Legba, and you start to say worship, if then you are now bringing traditional spirituality into religion.
Because you can create whatever you want to create. Yeah. And form whatever you want to form to justify your means to try to get to a certain avenue.
That's why I had said many times that traditional African spirituality is not a religion, and it is not based on faith. You don't believe. You work it practically, and you see result. You don't use faith. That, I believe Baba Legba is looking after me. No, you must do what you have to do so that Baba Legba will take your message and work on it and look after you. But just imagining that Baba Legba is looking after me and my children just because they is called Baba Legba, then you are just being like a Christian or a Muslim, just like a religious person. Our tradition is a practical, self-proving actions that gives you the guarantee and the knowledge that what you are doing is not in vain, is not stupid. But when you bring it into religion, they just, oh, don't worry, you just believe it will be okay, Baba Legba will look after you. But what have you done with Baba Legba before Baba Legba will look after you?
You know, I don't know if we can get into it here, but last time we were talking about the mirror, and I was telling you about my scouring historical moments, and I was asking you about what could we do to our mirrors to help us channel that energy, and of course, one has to go through initiation to really gain any access fully to something. But you did share the sigil on the back of the mirror that you've been having for years. I did take a screenshot then, but some of it was a little blurry, of course, being so old and ancient in terms of its uses. Is there a way, say yes, is there a way to go through that a little bit, or maybe breaks that seal down some?
No, there's no problem with that. See, the mirror has herbs. The power in the mirror are herbs. There are herbs that we have collected, like somebody had, I think Samuel had asked a question about a global, is it global warming?
Global climate change.
Climate change, whether it's affecting our herbal disease. Yes, I said yes. And also people spraying the ground because they want the easy way to do agriculture with chemicals and all this thing. The mirror, there were so many herbs that we picked. I went, I think, over 100 herbs. I have the video when it was being made. I have these videos, but I don't know whether one of these days we'll play them. So we went into the bush each time, harvest the herbs and bring home. We go and harvest and for a long time. Then one day, the old man asked me to, he asked people to cut the herbs into small pieces. They cut them, they pounded them, and then some other things were added. Some rivers and certain waters were added. Then the mirror or the herbs were put in a sack, in a small pouch. And then this pouch was mounted into the back of the mirror. They make a special wood, not just the one from the market. So that wood, they dug a hole in the carpenters dug a hole in the wood so that the pouch of herbs can lie in that hole. So when this was done, then prayers were done, animals killed on the pouch and everything before the mirror was mounted on it. So when the mirror was mounted on it, then they sew the cloth, all this thing around the mirror so that it can be protected. So from that time, then the mirror, another animal was killed for the mirror to activate the herbs into spirit to become voodoo. This is the process. So when that is done, then the mirror will now go and sleep in the cemetery overnight. Then you, the person who they are doing it for, you also sleep in the cemetery overnight. And then the following day, they're now going to invoke that dead person whose grave you slept on or you sat on to come and connect with you. Because the mirror deals with the dead. The mirror deals with dead people. So it is the dead people who go to the errand that you send the mirror and they bring the information back. Deals with the ancestors, simply. But the grave on which you are going to sleep should be the grave of someone who had the mirror when he was alive. So that's why the process is very long. It is not everywhere you will find people who know the mirror. For instance, today, if I pass on and anybody wanted to give, if my children want to give the mirror to another person, then the people will have to come and sleep on my grave and connect with me, because when I was in living, I was able to do the mirror. So now that I am also in the other side of this, I should be able to connect with anyone who wants to use the mirror. This is what the mirror, this thing is. It takes some time to build it. It's not that easy, but that's why when the old man died, my old man, when he died, I built a house, a small house, and I buried him in that house, so that in the future, when I have to give the mirror to people, they will sleep in that on that grave, but it will not be a grave in the bush or outside anymore, because I plan towards that. Yeah, let Baba work.
Yeah, I think I heard you mention that before in terms of building the house when you was
Shamba.
Speaking to Shamba.
Right.
Yeah.
But I took Shamba there
one time. But more so, thank you for that breakdown very much. But more so, the sigil that you had, you say that it will be good to put that on the back of the mirror until one can be initiated or is supposed to be initiated into the mirror.
I didn't hear you well. I couldn't hear what you said, please.
I said that thank you for that breakdown and understanding. I was also talking about the actual sigil that you have on the mat that it sits on, that you showed me and you showed us. And you were speaking of that in terms of, is that something that you can kind of break down a little bit? Because I took a screenshot of it last time, but it is, it's very, very, let me see. 1 second. Let's see if I can just do this. Okay. Is that something that you can talk about?
Yes. This is the Tetragrammaton seal from the Kabbalah, Hebrew Kabbalah. This is the Tetragrammaton seal from the Hebrew Kabbalah. And the Tetragrammaton represents God, the figure that represents God in Judaism or in Hebrew. This is this sign. So I mix the Tetragrammaton that I learned from Kabbalah with the mirror, in the sense that when this Tetragrammaton seal sits down, it commands every spirit to be able to be active. This is the purpose. So when you are doing spiritual invocation or spirit invocation, if you don't have any seal of any other, you don't know the seal of the spirit that you want to invoke, once the Tetragrammaton is present, the spirit will obey.
Very powerful. Very powerful.
Yeah, because when you are initiated into the Tetragrammaton itself, sometimes you will be surprised that They drew the tetragrammaton in different forms. There is one that has eyes. That's the one in my. You see the eyes blinking.
Right.
Oh, really?
I tell you.
No.
So it's very powerful seal. It's a very powerful seal that controls the spirit world in such a way that other spirits cannot. That's why in America you have the Pentagon. It is built in this seal, the source of power. The same thing they call the pentagram, or tetragrammaton, or pentagram, or people build it. It's called pentagon. It is this same seal.
I've seen the pentagram with the eyes on it.
Yeah. Okay.
And the fire in the middle as well. Thank you once again, Papa. Thank you.
You're welcome, and thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody, and Zeal. Thank you very much for staying with us. And I'm going to, and Samuel and everybody on Clubhouse, I'm thanking you all for being with us today. I think the section has almost gone into 5 hours, so I'm going to kind of to break it for now, and then we'll come back again. Okay, Samuel is there too. Okay, okay, maybe Samuel wanted to say something on Zoom, so you can connect him.
So this is Samuel. I just came to just say hi. I see you guys.
Oh,
so
thank
I like
you.
Zoom because I'm able to see you guys. So it's nice seeing everybody.
Thank you very much, Samuel. Thank you very much. Thank you. I think the technology is going to help us to really get to know one another as we continue. We'll get closer and closer. Everybody can know who is talking to who. Yeah, that's very, very good. Slowly, we'll get there.
I think it changes your energy too, Mr. Bokor, because, well, I teach on Zoom for my job, and so it makes a difference when you can actually see the people and respond to their body language and their faces. It brings a lot more energy to it.
Very true.
Times going from the Clubhouse and watching the YouTube as well, trying to match up. And just because, like you said, we are African people and we are visual. Our minds are imaginative because it is directly connected to the divine. So us being able to physically see each other allows us to be able to travel there as we're sitting at the feet, as we're learning right from the well. So I'm thankful.
Thank you all, everybody. I'm very grateful to all of you. And I will just pour libation now, and then we can close today's section. So I'm going to call to my ancestors and some voodoos, then we can close the section. And to all the people on the Clubhouse, thank you very much, all of you. I know some people did not ask questions today, but we are trying as much as possible to create the channel for the Zoom so that we can all be talking to each other on the Zoom as well, and then we can see each other, we can see our facial expressions, and physically it makes it more closer that as if we were in the same place. That is very good. I'm very thankful to my technical team and technology for making it possible. Thank you. So I will go straight to pour libation. Oh, Mauga Sogoli Samaduago, Mauga Kitty Catamaduago, Mauga se Joto, Amejoto, Senanwa, Mesete, and one woman of a baby, Yokunofi, Yomaduago, Yoshame Hamfurasho, Semi Forasho, Mendago, your Abraxas, Mayosi, and Repoduago, your Tadreto, what will Vesoton, come Yomaduago. Emayomianos or Gia, and you to Kakachikas, but Jeremia La Favana, appear giving a good only Mayora to when you're in Bamajo Flora for playing Babaduari Kao, when you're Matekulu, Eteku, Etega. O may your kind, but you were kind, whenever kind, you were kind, so what kind, throw over kind, and you were kind, if you were kind, I mean, a tobacco and you were kind, but remember, had a door of you, if you had to abandon that you may only know that how Babu walk up, walk when you zango, you have play you. O may be a whole of you, to a bow, a bow, may your academic to grow to, may your academic, may your academic. May your fan of one fact, magician, because quick Tom so let me that bad video. May your colleague Meji, you Kumeji, will make the Meji, Losomeji, Money, Meji, Ablameji, Acclamaji, Buddha, Samedi, Kamedi, True Meji, Tulameji, Letemeji, Chemeji, Fumeji, well, check Tulame, your club of him, whatever, Wamatoba, Denyande, may your kind, may your Apetelo, may your Bochi Sacracame to Ababe, Adogo, Kotokoli don't call Kumaku, Agbon, Tobano Lecho. Overanta mani of film crabising crowd coffee to Jabaku, Ocho to a coffee, Ocho hen coffee atra, mayo godo, mayo abrega de Macbesa, Cochino Poechi, Jamuno Poechi, Malevon Poechi, Chivi, Tahe Media, Beferca de Boca Besa, Dia Besa, Agutaware Bezagieta, Idea Besa, any wallet, but the Yomi Apet. Let me talk about Vodu to Rafu as I pass the Kuno Hotocosino, Hoto, Kiriku, a Yomi Vicomia Minura Tata, Benigafian, at Benami. Marcel Baku and Euro, me this coming week should be a very good week for everybody. Success should come out of it, health should come out of it, money should come out of it, fame should come out of it. I wish everybody a successful week. Till we meet again next Sunday, God be with all and may the ancestors continue guiding you.
Are you finished?
Yes, the session is finishing.
First. You ask question, let people drink water first. You talk for 5 hours.
But why you people, you are not asking the question when we were talking? There was so much space.
Sorry.
Come and ask your question. You are off.
Papa, let them do that first.
If I ask you to make noise.
So then you put that one off and come and ask.
Go and do that.
Okay, I come and ask the question so that people will see you too.
Yeah, good evening, everyone.
My
question is simple. Okay. I just want to find out, do spirits also evolve?
Yes.
Yes.
They evolve.
In a way that sometimes the way you do their ritual, they also change in the world because they are evolving or something.
The spirit lifetime is not like a human being's lifetime, but they also have a lifetime to maybe 10,000, 5,000 years, 100,000 years, we don't know. But the more you have a spirit with you, take a kind, for instance, you have this spirit. It was just made one day. But as it has been with me and I am taking care of it and giving it errands to attend to those errands, slowly, that kind became more powerful to me and it became part of me. So at least it is evolving. You know, initially, a kind was made for ashawo, for prostitutes to be able to attract men.
Okay.
That's the source from where I got it.
I see.
But I didn't get it because I want to attract men, but because I want to work with the spirit. So me, I have changed the whole course.
To attract every good thing.
Everything that is good, it should attract such, not only attract men to women. So for me, it has even, I used to say that this is the same spirit that brought Senna into to the world. So it has attracted a very good soul to be born in the form of Senna. So spirits, it depends on the way you relate to them. That's how they work for you. But then there must be a very mutual respect between you and them. When you have a spirit and you're not respecting it, it will get to some point, the spirit also, when you send it on an error, it will not mind you. They are also beings just like us, but only they don't have a physical body. So they can be sitting with us here and listening and teaching me and telling me things to say, but because nobody is seeing them, we don't know that they exist. So when we put them in this figure form, then we can relate to them. That's why we said that thing earlier. Because if the human mind can relate to figures when a material is made into a form easier and easy to communicate with and deal with than when it is just in an absentia. So Akai, the spirit is a universal spirit, but then me looking at this and I call it Akai, my relationship with it becomes tighter and closer than me just imagining that it is in heaven. Do you understand that?
Thank you, Baba.
You're welcome.
Any more questions you put there, please?
Baba Wakili, I think he wanted to say something.
Good evening, everyone. Please,
Talk loudly.
please, my question is, does everybody has their spiritual line to follow? As in, some have Afa, others have Joka. So what happens if you don't find your path, like maybe you belong to this category, then you join another path? Would it have any sort of not helping you or limitations?
You see, okay, Patricia, Salwa, you are asking a good question. Just as everybody has their destinies,
Right.
so do we also have our spiritual destinies and spiritual paths. Someone may come to Afa, will not find it interesting. I know some of my students, when I'm doing Afa for them, they don't seem to get the answer. But when I take the mirror, that's why they say, Papa, use the mirror. I want the mirror. Because the mirror speaks directly. But Afa speaks in parables and tells stories, and then when you relate the story to you or to the situation, it is clear. But some people cannot go that way, so it is quick. And that's the work of the mirror. It goes straight. So as human beings, we all have our spiritual paths. But to be a very good spiritualist, you should be able to learn all the paths if possible, so that you cannot be lacking in any. So learning Joka, learning Afa, learning Voodoo, learning whatever, if you can. It costs money, but if you can, do. Because all of them will become handy one day. And you can be versatile when you are teaching or you are explaining it to people. If you take this one, it doesn't work, then you take this one. That's why in Eve they say, "Enu de kama nona amesi obronabe enu le yisiu." Means you don't have only one single thing and you will be saying that I have things. You must have different things, then you have. You can't have just one single thing and say I have things. You have not ended. Knowledge is like a baobab tree. You cannot easily use your own single arm to embrace it. You have to join others and all this, and then you are able to circle it. That's what it means. So it is good to learn from different sources, from different people, even from children who you think you are older than them. If they know, learn from them. Knowledge is universal, and we should try as much as possible to learn. Because supposing I hadn't learned this Hinduism, how would I know this Kundalini is just a scam?
True.
When you go in a pranic, did they talk about Kundalini?
They talk about Kundalini.
Have you seen anybody Kundalini
No,
wake up?
there's nothing like that. You just imagine. No, but let me ask you a question. I beg, forget snake. What snake? There's no snake.
Which snake?
Snake has your back and directing you.
So that people can see you too. Papa,
Yeah.
you did mention about respecting spirits.
Yes.
What are some of the ways, if you're initiated or have a connection with the spirit, what are some of the ways that you can do that make spirits know that you respect them and you cherish them?
Okay. It's not necessarily being initiated before you can respect spirits. When you have any spirit that is introduced to you and you deal with the spirit and you realize that it's a real spirit, you must give its place to him. What do I mean by giving its place to him or her is that you give a special, set up a place and tell the spirit that this is your portion of my room. Okay? So the spirit now knows that you have created a room, its own space for it. So when you are going there, you know that you are going there because you want to communicate with that spirit. Either to feed it, give it a drink, or whatever. So don't make that place become like every part of the house. That's why you have to separate that portion. Even if it's a very small space like this, it's okay. But give that respect to the spirit. And it's also advisable that when you have sex, make sure you take normal shower before you go to the spirit's corner, wherever you put it. Why? Because you as an individual, the spirit knows you. But when you mate with someone, you have copulation with someone, someone's vibration has come and mixed with your vibration. So you now going to your spirit you are carrying somebody else's vibration with you before so you are confusing the spirit whether it's two of you or one of you. So it is good that you at least cleanse yourself, then you are you again before going.
Reset to factory settings.
Yes.
Thanks, man. So can you, assuming you have, let's say, multiple spirits, can you designate a special place for all of them?
Yeah, my spiritual room. They are all inside there. Those who don't stay in room, they are all outside. But there are some spirits, they don't stay in room. No. They stay outside, so they have to be outside. Like even Akbo, originally it's not supposed to be in the room, it's supposed to be hanging on your door outside.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So that when you are not even around, if anything happens, let people just go and use their tongue and tag their Akbo. Problem finished. But because of modernization, whereby somebody will come and steal it, that's why they are keeping it in the room. But if you leave it outside and somebody knows about it, the person will come and take it and run away. Whether they know how to use it or not, but you will not have it anymore, so you won't be able to use it when you need to use it.
Papa, is the same true for the place where you pour libation? So,
yes.
But libation, can you do it indoors or better outdoors?
You can do it indoors depending on you. That's why I say you take a bucket of or a bowl of soil. Because sometimes you wake up at dawn, you want to pray, but you don't feel like going outside. For that purpose, you pour your libation in your room. But if you are pouring it on the main floor, it becomes a water which you can sleep or can even attract ants and all this thing. So when you pour it into something, the spirits know that it is their name you are pouring it to. So they are fine. Spirits are not difficult to work with. Spirits are not difficult to work with if you really know how to work with them. They're not difficult. Spirits are like babies, let's say so. If they need something, they will tell you. If they are not comfortable with some situation, they will let you know. Sometimes, because not everybody can hear or see, they will create some kind of challenges and difficulties in your way. Then you will find out from a reading or through a reading why this, and then they will tell you this, it is this spirit talking that, do this.
Okay.
That's why when you are having certain challenges, you must do a divination to see why. And it is in that just tell you it is because of this. That's why they are creating, because you cannot hear them, and not everybody can hear them or see them. So they will create a situation which will force you to find out what is happening, and then what they wanted to be done will be revealed to you, and then you follow it and you see that the problem you are experiencing is solved. So sometimes certain problems or certain things come to us not because the spirits are not working or they are not around you. They are just trying to alert you that there is something you need to do. And how can they let you know? By creating impediments on your way so that you now look for answer.
So, can you keep your spirits, let's say, in a cabinet or a kitchen?
Why kitchen? Kitchen is everybody's place. Why kitchen?
That's the only space that.
Okay, you can keep them anywhere that you want to keep them, but then keep them in a place that's why I say respect. Would you put your child to sleep in the kitchen? Why?
It's not really ideal, it's not really.
That is where the respect comes in. That's where the respect comes in. They want, if you give the spirit respect, the way the spirit will deal with you, you will think you are king.
No, I needed to play because when I was in Lagos.
Session. How many minutes are you doing the session?
It's 40 minutes because it was more than 4 people. You cannot allow it.
Okay. So we'll buy. We find out how much I have to buy. So we'll buy it. So that we are free.
When I was in Lagos, I used to pour libation indoors and it was equally as effective.
Oh yes.
But when I came back, I've been doing it outside. That's what I was asking.
No, you can. The outside is an ideal place to pour libation.
Oh, okay.
But spirits, they are not limited by space, time, or person. They can be here. Spirit can be in India. You can pour libation in Ghana here. If you know it's incantation, it will accept.
Okay.
This Indian man that I've been helping their factory and all this thing, is it not here that I did a ritual in Ghana for their great grandfather's Shiva spirit in the forest in northern India, and the spirit accepted? Mm-hmm. That's why sometimes we are doing sacrifices for people, rituals and Vosa for people. People are in America. We do the Vosa here.
It works.
It has to work. So spirit is not limited. It is your imagination that will create what will happen. That's why our mind, our consciousness, our essay must be very strong in order that when we focus our imagination on the divine or through whichever way, you will be able to click and your results come. Your mind needs to be strong. Gabriel also got the vaccination.
No, I wasn't here.
You were not here?
No, because now I've got a different idea. Well, you know my Amazega. I told you, I'm moving, but now I'm going to get, I have a table that today it was coming to me that, why did you put all these things on the table?
Yes.
And strangely we're discussing it now. I'm going to move that table.
Yeah, then you buy that under, you have that under,
No, I
and
don't.
then you get one and then it will not move and it will be stable. Finish. You know, when I was in Japan, I used to have a very one single bedroom flat. The kitchen, the toilet, everything is just separate, small. So I set up my altar. That's long before I met Chieko. So I set up my altar there, and it is in the same room. So I only use a cloth, white cloth, to separate it from me seeing them directly. So when I want to pray, then I lift the cloth, and then I pray to them. So I told the spirits that I don't want to keep them in the same room where I am, in the sense that if anybody comes to me, they are all there. So if things change in my life and I get back home, I'll give them their own building. I'll build their own room for them. So it was there, and slowly things have started changing. When I married Chieko, Chieko's parents bought a house for us, so I dedicated one room for their spirits. And then when we moved to Ghana, I built that one to attach. So I have fulfilled my promise to them because they have played their part. They took me from that one single bedroom that is just very small to where I am today. So I have fulfilled my part. That's why that room, before, I'm the only one who goes in there.
Ah, okay. The spiritual room?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
But now, because of the children are growing, everybody's growing, I have to begin to introduce everybody to everything. That's why it becomes everyone can go in there. I sometimes just go there and lie there with them. Just me alone. I'm fine. Had air conditioning and everything there. So that is the respect I'm talking. If you really show them that you are willing to take care of them and respect them, they will surely make sure that you are okay. Because I'm talking from my personal experience, it's not anything.
We are concerned on my work on this side. At the same time as my
spirit, to be a spiritualist, when you have real spirit, spiritual work is very interesting. Spirituality becomes very fun. When you can pray or do rituals and get results, spiritual work becomes fun. Because now, and it also builds confidence in you that you are not alone. And also it tells you that you can talk to God and God will listen. Not that God will learn before that nobody can see him, only you die before see him. God that you can talk to now, and he will hear you and answer you. Not that you will die and put in grave, cover you before you go and see him, and you will not tell people whether you have seen him or you have not seen him. No. Africa, we are not doing that thing. We're not doing that thing at all.
What I hear now. Because I've got this table, and today I was looking at it for some strange reason. I was looking at this. It's made of, it's a natural wood. It's a tree trunk.
Okay.
It's quite a beautiful table, and I thought it's wide enough. You know, I'm going to do it today.
Okay, so we have already played with Fia and Gabriel, who had elongated this thing again. So everybody, I'm wishing you well, and God willing, we will meet again next week. And we will try to get the Zoom working properly so that at least 10 people can be. What is the maximum number?
Zoom is plenty. You can have a lot of people, even after 1,000 people if you want.
And is it how much you pay?
Well, the one that we want to go for is $14.99 per month.
Yeah, so how much? How many people can we talk to?
Up to 1,000, even more.
So we'll pay every month $14 or $15. It's fine.
Yeah, then we'll have all these people.
Yeah, we have everybody. We can talk, and when I'm teaching certain things, everybody can see what I am saying. Because if we have the Zoom, it will even also make me to be able to teach certain things.
Demonstrate.
So people can see straight away, and we can demonstrate certain things so that people can see. It makes it more vivid.
It becomes like a class.
Yeah.
Immediately. You know, Clubhouse is okay, but as they say, you can't see you.
Yes,
so,
yes.
I think Zoom is a good idea.
So we will add it to it because we were thinking of the event network, but the way they were saying it, after some time, it just cut you off and you can't even and then it goes to different person altogether who you don't know.
Oh, really?
Doesn't work. Okay, thank you very much, everybody, and may God bless you, and may your weeks be a great and successful week. Wishing you all the health that you need, all the luck that you need, all the blessing that you need to sail through the week. Bye-bye for now.
How do you pronounce your last name? How do you pronounce it?
Me no kwe la funudalo. Oh me no, oh me to, asui. Oh me la funula. Oh me la funula. Oh me no, oh me to, asui. On va faire les voix dans les voix. On va faire les voix dans les voix.